Winning the first NPFL event at Eufaula would be life-changing.
It would build that confidence in the decision that I made to come back out on the trail.
The bait and hand choice is probably going to be a spinnerbait.
More shallow fishing, you'll see some swim jigs, chatterbaits, buzzbaits, frogs.
Chatterbait and swim jigging up in the grass.
You know, flipping bite could come into play as well.
If we get those warm days, you're going to have some fish spawning during that time.
I'm going to say 20 pounds a day, so 60 pounds.
60 to 65 pounds.
If the weather is good, maybe high 60s.
21, 22 pound average over 3 days to win the event.
There's a lot of unknowns, but Will and the rest of the 125 anglers are fixing to bring y'all some bass to watch on NPFL Live. Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome back to the National Professional Fishing League Live and Day 3 coverage from our inaugural event here at Lake Eufaula. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'll be joined by fishing legend David Dudley and bass fishing funny man Fat Cat Newton to bring you 5 hours of action-packed coverage from what we're calling Showdown Saturday from Lake Eufaula, where these 110 NPFL anglers have been battling with these Eufaula bass all week. And to get more on this battle on Lake Eufaula, let's take it to bass fishing legend David Dudley for a little bit of a breakdown.
You know, watching this lake unfold this week, we've mentioned it time and time again. In the springtime, things are going to change, Luke. You know it. I know it. Things are going to happen fast, hour by hour. And one great thing that we've seen these shallow water. We've been bragging and bragging about these offshore guys, right? We're like, it's dominating offshore. This is how it's going to be won. But yet, we saw Nick, we've seen David Gaston come in with 20 pounds, and exactly like I was thinking, will the offshore boys be able to hold off the shallow water boys coming after him?
There's a charge coming. There's a charge.
What I've seen already this morning, if I was an offshore guy, I would be a little bit nervous right now. So I'm anxious to see how it's going to unfold today. Who will come out on top? Is it going to be the deep or the shallow boys?
Who's going to take a nice souvenir home with them, a $50,000 check on Showdown Saturday? And I believe, Dudley, we're going to get to take a look back at how we got to Showdown Saturday with some awesome highlight catches from yesterday before we get into Day 3. Going out to East Tennessee boy Brian Hatfield, who I said yesterday won the Double D, the David Dudley ADD Award, because as we see him here, Carolina rigging, cranking.
Yes, he pulled every lure out of his tackle box to get a great limit, and here we go. This is a heartbreaker for him, but he made an awesome adjustment yesterday, and it was an incredible deal watching that unfold.
Of course, you can never have enough Eufaula Gator coverage, and it's like National Geographic out there. And then going to
my man Crush,
what has become the NPFL fan favorite, Hunter Bogman, who just missed making our top 10. He's in 11th place coming into Day 3, and yesterday put on yet another offshore clinic.
Oh, my gosh. Every time he sets a hook, I'm just hoping for a giant to come in, and he's throwing a jig. You know, and anytime you throw a jig, just like this 5-pounder, slinging 5-pounders in the boat, he is having a blast out there. Now, we talked about it, Luke.
Roll Tide.
Right. Hey, we got the shallow water boys coming hard after the deep water boys, offshore guys, and I don't know. I don't know who's going to come out on top.
David Gaston is the most dangerous, in my opinion. He's got that momentum. His weights have gone up every day. And talking to Nick Pravanizak, His bites are coming few and far between. David seems a little more dialed, and I think we're going to see a lot more of this from David Gasson on Showdown Saturday.
Hey, when the fish are on the move and you're throwing a swim jig, it can get dangerous.
Then, of course, our big mover from day 2, Chance Woodard, who absolutely
destroyed
his arm right into needing rotator cuff surgery yesterday.
Destroyed him. And he, of course, he's back there on that same spot trying to milk out everything he can off that. He's going to be a big threat. We're going to see how hard he leaned on him yesterday from today. Will that hold produce? Will it reproduce? We don't know. And I talking to him, I think he's got a little bit left in his pockets. So in a tournament like this, 3-day tournament, you can't really rely on one hole. You have to have deep pockets, and I think he's got something sitting in his pocket for the rest of the day.
He certainly does. Sounds like he's got a shallow water backup plan. So I think Chance, he really made a run at our leader yesterday, Mr. John Hookup, Soakup, and I'm telling you, Chance is absolutely throwing bombs, but I think we've got about 4 or 5 guys that are really going to have something to say about what John's been doing the last 2 days, which is catching 2 at a time.
John is his confidence right now is pumping 11 out of a 10. He's dialed in. He's got his baits dialed in, and it's hard to throw jerk baits over top of brush piles without getting hung up. We can't dismiss what he's doing out there, and he is dialed in with that forward-facing sonar, and he mentioned he caught 3 doubles yesterday, so he's
2
around.
bass, 1 lure,
yep,
3 times yesterday. That is a man fishing out of his mind right now.
So he is around a lot of fish, and he knows it too. He knows it, and and you talk to him, and he has a deep pocket. What did he say, Luke?
He says he has only hit about an 1/8 of the spots that he found coming out of practice. Now, will those fish still be there? We've been on the water almost 7 days now from when these guys started practice, but John is definitely out. I've talked to all the anglers. He is the most confident out of our top 10
absolutely,
that he can close the door on Showdown Saturday.
And he's done it fairly easy the first 2 days, but again, there's a lot of lake pressure out there, and
I think that was a tarpon that he hooked right there.
Kind of looked like for sure. And my man had a spinning rod, which is what I like. My man come with a spinning rod. Making adjustments.
Well, as you can tell, some excitement the first 2 days for sure here on Lake Eufaula for this inaugural event. And Dudley, how are you feeling going into day 3, man? This is our first go at live coverage, but it's our first time meeting a lot of these anglers. And, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are they may be new to the fishing world, but they're not new to this sport. I can tell you that. They are flat out cracking them. You just saw the highlight film. These guys are here with a mission, and at the end of the year, you can see it in their eyes. This is the first time NPFL has been out here. They want that Angler of the Year title. I've talked to some of them. They're already focused. They go, I want that AOY title. And to have them having a chance to showcase their stuff with 10 live cameras, drive-through weigh-in is an exposure that people can put their sponsors out there, promote products. These guys are jacked not only about this league, about winning big checks, and that they can be able to expose themselves to the world with the platform that we have. Well,
one of the anglers that has been exposed to the fishing world this week through NPFL Live is our dude from California, Luis Fernandez, and I think we're going to get to see him this morning, and I can't wait to see what Luis has going on. Little highlight of Lewis's morning so far. Of course, the anglers go out on the water, Dudley, 6:30 a.m. We go NPFL Live at 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. today. And so we're getting a little look at our dude right here. Lewis was fired up yesterday afternoon. He told me he fished all new water, and I don't think that one's going to help him. That was a bowfin.
Yeah.
Grinnell.
I think yesterday he put his rally cap on, turned that flat brim to the side, said, I'm going to rally.
I'm going to be on camera on day 3.
He rallied in a big way. My man came through.
Oh, my God.
Looks like he's having
Look at the size
oh,
of this
no.
bird.
He's having quite the morning so far. We've seen a Grinnell, a broken rod.
Now we got a a
And a
carp.
carp.
He's definitely not prejudiced. All
No,
right?
he's- hey, we never said it was the National Bass Fishing League. We said fishing. It's professional fishing league, so these guys can catch anything at any point. But Lewis is power fishing for sure. He's 5 feet or less. He said that on stage. He said, everybody knows what I'm doing. Power fishing. And a guy that is power fishing his way closer to a trophy, John Sokup Hookup. Let's check out how his day's been going so far.
Hey, John, how about an update?
It's been it's one of those mornings that I got to regroup my mind. I came into my good spot that I caught him yesterday on, and I've lost 3 or 4 good fish. They're just not hooking up right with this thing, and I kind of pulled off for just a second to give them a rest so they can set up right. And some local boys just decided to come in. They saw me fishing there, and they're parked on it, and I asked them politely if they'd move, and I think it worked in the opposite for me. I think they're going to park there for the rest of the day the way they acted. So I think I'm going to have to go find some more fish. I've got a lot of fish found, but getting them to bite's been the deal. So there's a lot of boats down here. It's probably going to be a common theme maybe for everybody today. So I got to get that out of my head. I got 1 fish for 1.5 pounds, and I've caught a bunch of dinks. So hey, day 1, I didn't have them in the boat till later on. Day 2, I caught them real fast. So we will see. Stay with us. Maybe we can get another double.
So what John's explaining right there is the fear of every angler that's fishing for $50,000. This game is played on public water. You know, nobody owns the water, obviously, but John has done his work. He's fished primarily one spot to average over 20 pounds a day. There are a couple smaller local events on the lake, and what John said, he kind of pulled off of his spot. He was losing fish, and he went to regroup, and a local moved in and basically set up camp and won't let him back in there, which is unfortunate. I don't know, how that shakes out, and sometimes I don't know what people are thinking, but obviously we're not out there. We don't know the situation, but that's unfortunate for John, and hopefully he seems like a guy that can regroup, and he's got a lot of spots, so we'll see what will happen.
He's got deep pockets in him, and I think that is the biggest factor when you're dealing with Saturday. Okay, Saturday, naturally, you're going to have a lot more up, and this is going to be the curveball. This is why I'm a little bit favorite for the shallow water boys, Luke.
Okay.
Come on, think about this. When you're dealing with one hole, one place that you're getting most of your bites, and you have somebody unintentionally or knew where they were at, or however they found out about it, if they move in on it, you can't share a hole like that.
No, not when he's having to move around with the live scope and fish the way he's fishing.
And it's a method that you have to perfect even when you're out there and having pressure out there on the same holes. That's why I'm truly thinking, Luke, that the shallow water boys are going to maybe prevail to get this trophy today. And we've been saying all along, hey, deep
when's
water,
it going to show up?
When's it going to show up? And we saw it yesterday afternoon and into today. So I don't know, Luke. This deep water stuff, will it last for 3 days is the question.
Pulling up, she's coming. I need her to come all the way.
Looking over here at Jesse Millsaps, who was our guy coming into this event, Dudley. We met Jesse back in January. He's a local, knows you follow well, loves to sight fish, and we're going to get to see him do that now.
He gets active, doing his thing. See, here she comes. She's seen
look
something happen, so here she comes.
Dang.
Some good camera work right there from
Oh,
those
look at it.
NPFL.
There's
Oh, Lord.
Male and female are in there. Guys, if you look a little bit harder, you can see them coming in and out of there.
Dudley and I will be right back. I'm going to go try to find where those are. It's addicting stuff.
Yeah, let's see if we can catch the male. Maybe he'll be a keeper, and we can.
So what Jesse's doing, obviously he's power pulled down. He's got a male and female on the bed. And he's going to try to basically aggravate those fish into biting, right, Dudley?
I just don't know if he's a keeper or not. I'd like to see her come back one more time. Let's give
He's shaking the male off. The male has already bit it.
Okay.
And he's wanting the female to come in there and do the same thing.
Do we we catch a fish that's biting every cast, or do we let this big one come back in and give her one more go? I see her coming back. She's back to the tree. She's circling back.
That female looked like
She's
a
getting fired up because that's
a
when
5 plus.
He really wants to come when he's fired up. I mean, he's got it just. I mean, every cast, he's chomping it. She's right next to the grass line.
Now, you folks watching at home, you see that fish throwing off a wake. That's how shallow Jesse's been fishing all week. That fish is just making a turn to come back to the bed and looks like a jet ski up there.
Like, I mean, he is eating my jig every cast. Now she's chasing it out.
Love is in the air.
What we want her to do.
You follow Alabama. Big bass capital of the world, making more big bass this morning right in front of Jesse Millsap's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's, I don't know. This is going to be a challenge.
He
I'd
said
like for her to stay a
she
little closer, not make
chased
such
it
big
out.
circles.
She, that's what we're looking for.
Chased it out.
And I think what Dudley, explain to the folks why she being in there is important.
Well, in the fishing world, she is going to be big.
Okay, she's going to be bigger.
Fatter.
Big girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the fishing world.
Fishing world. Typically speaking.
Typically speaking, the female is fat.
So he wants the female up there on the bed.
I will.
And where he wants it's in the live well. So he can
Ooh, he
bring
just
it to
broke
the drop.
it off.
Now he has my jig in his mouth.
Broke it off.
Wow.
All right, guys. I do want to make a quick note. I've made this mistake so many times.
See how
When
he's
you're
still
sight
aggressive.
fishing,
Maybe I'll
your
get my jig
adrenaline
back.
gets flowing even harder, and you tend to jerk
He just hit this.
twice as hard.
When you set the hook,
When you set,
you're watching it all go down instead of when you're actually feeling the bite,
Yes.
right?
And I think probably his adrenaline caused him to break that fish off, which is, of course, bad. But when you're sight,
That's the big
Oh
one.
my goodness.
oh my gosh, got it. No.
No. It's fantastic camera work, guys. No. Did he break it again or just lose it?
I think he.
Man. I made the right cast. The fish bit. I mean,
Dudley,
she
this
done
is something
everything. I had her fired, and she come back in, and it was fixing to go down. I mean, I had the fish hooked. She's a 5-pounder or better. Wow. She's coming back, but I educated her. This is tough. That's the heartbreak. Well, all we can do is keep going. Let's see if we can get the male back fired up. And she may pull back in there. I mean, it could
Dudley,
happen
in this
again.
situation, this fish bit.
I don't even see. Where's he at? Oh, yeah, there he is. Here he comes on like a freight
So the
train
fish
trying to
bit
get it.
twice.
Sometimes they'll bite again.
Will she bite
Sometimes
again?
I've seen them
Absolutely.
bite again.
That's
Like
a pro
I said, if I
tip
can
for y'all
keep- I
out
can
there at
keep this
home.
male
That's the
fired up,
goods
she'll
right
pull
there.
back up
She will
there.
bite
But
again.
I educated her on that one.
Jesse's saying that right
I
there.
had the perfect cast. I mean, I set it up. She had it. I mean, it was just that's sight fishing.
Jesse,
That's everything you need to know with sight fishing. Wow.
Jesse started the day in 10th. He slipped a little bit this morning so far because our guys are catching them.
He's biting every cast. He's got my
Unofficially
jig
on the way
again,
live
swimming out with
leaderboard,
it.
12th place.
Did that fish just?
Yeah,
I mean,
chase
he's
that?
still
I think it's the
aggressive,
male.
even though I broke him off. He's still aggressive.
Oh, he's got it.
Trying to see if I see the
So
big one.
that's the strategy part. That's a keeper. But he's not putting that fish in the box because
I could have caught. If I could have caught that big one, I could have turned around and caught this butt bass.
There's always that debate in fishing.
Always.
You know.
I don't know if this is her laying here or not.
And he is 100. If you can catch the female
I
first.
see her coming back.
awesome
She's
tip
laying
right
down here
there,
next to
guys.
the
If you
tree.
can catch the female first,
I see
always
her down
do
here
that.
next to the tree.
The male will follow.
Spit it out. Come on, here she comes. Spit it out. Here we
Look
go.
at the male.
This
Try
is,
again. She's back there.
This is classic Sight Fishing 101 right here for those of you watching
Yeah,
TNPFL live.
she got less aggressive.
Goodness gracious, look at that bass.
She come back though. She seen him get aggressive. She come back. So
Yeah, look at her.
let's see what happens here. Let's put a cast just strictly on her. Yeah.
So what Jesse's talking about there for folks that don't sight fish, you've got to really, that fish language, Dudley. You talk about fish language, so he's reading this fish's body language.
That's the heartbreak.
I'm going to throw it at you, Luke. We're early.
Come on, fish, turn it loose.
You see what's happening.
I see what's happening, Dudley.
Chicken wing dinner. Will he
She
get,
keeps
will he
coming back.
get
She
that
knows. She has to
5-pounder by the
protect.
end of the day?
Yes.
It's a gamble if I catch this fish,
Yes.
if this other fish
I'm
is
just
still
going to
there.
say no just because you said yes.
I mean-
But I think you're going to.
Look at that. Look at that male waking
comes-
out of
she
there.
coming on a
He's
beeline this
so
time.
aggressive.
She's seen him get real aggressive.
One
and
thing
she's
I
coming.
do, and I'm going to tell this tip to you guys. You see him using a jig, and a jig is a very good bait to use, but I cut the hook off of the jig when I'm fishing on the bed. I do not leave the hook in a jig.
So you're using it as like a teaser.
Teaser. Because if they bite a jig, they will bite immediately anything you throw in there next. And I use a Texas rig to get them with. But that's just my choice. Very obvious.
We're
He
gonna
is
check this one. See if he, I'm
top
gonna
10
catch him this
doing his
cast. I'm
style.
gonna catch him and see if we can get.
But
See if
with
he's a
the hook
keeper or not.
exposed on the jig, a lot of times you can snag them.
He didn't
And
get it all the way
I
that time.
Oh,
I'm not sure this
gosh.
fish is even a keeper. This is the
He's gonna
bad part.
catch the male. He's changing his strategy.
Ah. Hey, this is going to be a big decision, guys.
Huge decision.
Now, does he take it out to the middle of the cove and drop it? See? One thing with a white jig, you better make sure it's disappeared.
Yeah, you got, and that's why we're using bright colors, right? He's trying to make sure the bait is gone and in the fish's mouth, because sight fish in professional bass fishing, like the NPFL, can't be snagged. You have to be hooked inside the mouth. You'll notice our pros will show them to the cameraman to make sure no snagging was going on. So it looks like those fish are set up next to a log. Dudley, do you find, I mean, a lot of times
still
they're going
see
to
the
be
female
close to
laying down
some
here.
form of hard
She's
cover?
still there.
Or what are you looking for when you're looking for visible beds?
Here she comes back. We're going to give her one more time, see what she does.
Typically,
Maybe she went
you
cooler
are
jets.
looking for spawning
Willing to bite
areas,
again.
I do two things. If it's a dark bottom, I look for light spots. If it's a
Sliding
light
up the
bottom,
grass
I look for
line.
dark
She sees
spots.
him getting aggressive.
It's
again.
kind of different in what I'm looking for, but if the water typically is muddier, they go to objects, but when the water is clear, they don't always go to a hard
go.
object.
I
They're
got the
not
cast.
always.
She's gonna
and
bite.
this
This will
one
be
is,
the cast.
of course, this one's on the front side of a log. You can see it laying there, but they don't necessarily have to have an object when they can see everything.
She blowed it.
Looks like
Oh yeah, she's still aggressive. She spun on
He
it.
cocked.
It's close.
he
He went
took
back,
the
got a
step back.
hammer.
She's aggressive. She's getting aggressive.
I feel like I did too.
Come on,
I
bud.
leaned back. I was like,
That's gonna make a call right there. It's a big one.
oh, well, from one
Yes,
guy
sir.
trying to make one bite to another roll tide who did get a bite.
Absolutely.
David Gaston.
Thing was off yesterday.
He's the most dangerous guy right now, in my opinion, Dudley.
I'm telling you.
Let's see that there. She's a 5-pounder.
What we got is this a
I need a
big bite challenge, big bass
I mean, that was
candidate
a
right here,
fast.
Dudley? What are you thinking? Is that a chicken wing?
Oh,
What'd
it's
he
a
say?
real pretty fish. I got
Hey,
a hold.
Luke,
I'm just gonna get up in
Luke,
the
we've
bushes.
been dogging the shallow
Here
water,
they come.
boys.
Here they come.
Here they come.
I mean, by the way, she
Full
sucked it in.
throttle.
It-
Rum, rum, rum.
I mean, it popped.
David, of course, swimming a jig. We're going to
Cool.
take a look
Let me get right here.
at
and see if you-
how this went down.
There she is. Oh, she's a big one.
So you're noticing he's keeping that jig high in the water column. Rod tip up, using braid. That jig never leaves his sight, Dudley.
No, sir.
Oh, she ate it that time. Look at that.
Yeah.
David's weights have gotten better every day.
It's a big one.
Every day. We
Yes,
said,
sir.
are they coming to the bank in the next 3 days?
A little fish weight on this one.
He's already calling. Okay, well, that's news to us. Got to update our Way Live app here. So David already with a lemon in the box.
This game is getting good.
Yeah, showdown
The
Saturday.
showdown is happening before our eyes.
Got Brian Hatfield burning up the measuring board right here this morning. So I went from Roll Tide. Got to give a little go big orange, go Vols for my East Tennessee native Brian Hatfield. Got a spot back.
Put him over here by himself.
That's the most ADD free you follow that we've seen. It's all over the board.
The David Dudley.
All right, buddy.
ADD.
The double D,
Come on.
A double D.
Come on. I'll beat you back up there. Bring your counterpart
Back
with
over
you.
to Jimmy Millsap's. This is
Here she
the
goes.
entertainment I
Here she
need
goes.
on
Come
Saturday morning right here, Dudley.
Get him
You folks at
riled
home.
up again.
We're waiting on a hook set. That's all that's all we're waiting on right here.
Oh. Sounds like she's getting a little interest back too.
Come on, fish.
Dave, you said it yesterday.
She sees him. She's sitting there
Decision with this
watching him,
comes
making
down
sure
to,
he's
do I
guarding that
stay
bait.
or do I go?
I mean,
Yes.
he's
And
every
then it
cast
becomes what
on
you
it.
said.
A personal challenge.
Personal challenge.
She likes
My
it when he
favorite thing
grabs
you
it and
said.
spins it
Personal.
out.
And
That's
it
what she
does.
likes.
Yes.
I mean,
Does.
that's when
Any
she
of you
gets
out there?
aggressive. Here she comes. All right, let's go. It's go time.
You see that male grabbing that bait?
He's like, let's
If I didn't have other boats in here, I'd leave this fish.
Just
I could give it just
eyes
a
on
minute.
the
I think I
prize
could
for those
catch
of
it,
you
but
watching
I
at home.
can't
Watch
leave
that
it.
white
I mean,
jig,
we
'cause
got
whenever it
local
goes
guys
black,
in here.
it
and we got
disappears. It's
another
game
boat
time.
out in the middle, so I don't know what they're doing. There's no way I can leave either one of them. I mean, I'm
here we
torn
There's
between.
that decision process.
There she is back. Come on, fish.
You can see them. They're just right there. It's like you said with soak up yesterday. It's like watching $50,000 bills swim around in front of you.
Boy, she just went right across the
Oh
in
yeah.
front of it.
She keeps coming
Great.
up.
Great camera work.
She come back up then. I'm gonna change colors. I'm gonna sit down and tie another jig on.
I was wondering,
I don't know. I hate for him to calm down. Though he calms down, he may not bite. We're gonna play the card. She bit the white one. I mean, I don't think it matters. It's just keeping him fired up. But here she comes. She beeline to her. Did you see her? She beeline right toward that fish, and she chased it out then. She did. She actually did the chasing.
Landon Tucker, one of our local favorites.
Oh my God! Yes!
oh my gosh,
Yes!
showdown Saturday.
Look at that one! Oh my God!
Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Landon has overcame a lot this week. Could that be
Holy
our Big
crap!
Bite Challenge,
Oh.
Big Bass Canada?
Oh
Is that
my
a chicken
God.
wing, Dudley?
I think it's gonna be shy of a chicken
Oh,
wing, but
boys.
could be.
Good morning,
It's
NPFL.
big enough to get his heart beating out of that jersey, though. I'm going to go ahead and guarantee you
Number
that.
2.
Good morning, indeed, Landon Tucker.
Wow. I mean, it just,
Landon grew up not far
I
from
hadn't
here.
hit this brush pile.
Very.
I hit it
very
yesterday for
rich
the
fishing
first time. I
history in
found
his
it in
family.
practice.
His dad, Jay Todd.
6-pounder. 6-pounder. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I hit this one in practice, or I found it in practice, I'm sorry, and hit it yesterday for the first time.
Another guy that's
I
weights have
caught
been
2
increasing.
keepers on it.
Yep.
one on this spinnerbait and another one on the jig, but man, oh, I love this. I love fishing. God almighty, dude, this is awesome. Oh, 3 more.
What's the excitement like?
Oh,
That's
man,
it right there in a nutshell. We all love fishing.
I'm not used to catching them good. I'm not supposed to catch them this
Showdown
good.
Saturday, man.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing right, but I got something going right. Oh my God. Let's get another one. Yay. I love it.
The home that fish tournament.
Oh, I
you know
love
exactly
fishing.
What that feeling Landon Tucker has,
Oh.
right now is. And that's what keeps
I want
us
to
all
catch
coming
another
back.
one. Let's do it. Let's catch another 6. Holy crap. I'm good. All right. All right. Back to it.
Yeah, let's do that, Landon. Let's catch another 6
It
pounder.
came up first. I didn't know how big it was. This is only the
Landon
7th
Tucker was
pile we've
born
hit.
with a rod and reel in his hand. His dad, J. Todd Tucker, is a veteran of the Elite Bassmaster Elite Series and the FLW Pro Circuit. He grew up running around out there on the trail. And then he
How about that for live?
classic Eufaula fish catch brush pile spinnerbait. That's like
is.
Mr. Lester told us yesterday.
I'm
the
sure my
coach
phone's blowing up
came
now.
in
My buddy's
and laid it
texting me
to us.
the group-
Brush
or the
piles,
group text.
absolutely
He's blowing
fantastic.
me up all during the tournament.
It is. This lake
Can't look
is.
at my phone to read them. I can look at it for waypoints and stuff like that, which I marked some stuff on there last night. I
So
gotta look
awesome.
at in a little bit, but all during the day I just feel my
So
phone
we've
vibrating.
got
going
Landon
off,
there
and
with a
I'm like,
an
"Y'all
offshore
stop."
situation. Our shallow guys are making
your
push,
own
but
group
Landon
chat without
maybe
me in it, talk about
could
this
he be
stuff.
fishing
That's why-
shallower piles, Dudley? Could that be something that plays today?
You know, I gotta say, if I was
3 more.
in this
I need 3
offshore
more bites
game,
all
it's
day.
going to have to be 5
That's all
to
I need.
8 foot brush piles. You know,
need 3 bites.
I
Holy
find
crap.
it hard to believe that
I can do that.
the real deep bite is going to be the
I got 3
prevailing
bites
bite.
on them piles that I didn't hit. That we're gonna go hit that late. We're gonna go hit later. Again, hit them again later.
It's good stuff right there. Of course, the anglers can only bring in 5 bass, so he's saying he's got 2 good ones already. All I need is 3 more bites, so he's got a goal in mind. If he gets 3 of the right bites, just game on. And shake things up on Showdown Saturday. Well, I think we've already seen things shaking up, though.
Well, you know, the afternoon bite has definitely been great for offshore. And this morning, the shallow water bite, dude. David Gaston Cullen already and just caught a 5-pounder.
The bipolar nature of Lake Eufaula showing out again today. We're here for that, Landon. If you want to put 25
yes.
on the sack, in the sack, take them up there to the drive-through weigh-in at 3 p.m. at Lake Point State Park. We are here for that.
Got another 6. Man, I caught one yesterday.
See what he's doing right now? He's not texting his girlfriend to tell her he loves her. He is checking in on our Weigh Live app. All of our anglers are required to update their weights. That way we can keep up with it and make this game that much better for all of you out there on NPFL Live. So he just entered his weight. And on the National Professional Fishing League.com, you can keep up with the unofficial leaderboard,
Yeah.
which right now has David Gaston in the #1 spot, Dudley.
No surprise.
Estimated weight of 15 pounds already this morning.
Dang.
They blew right in between the seats
John
and mine,
Sokup,
so-
Mr. John Hookup,
So legitimately,
2 keepers so far,
on Monday,
2 pounds,
Thursday,
12
I
ounces
only had about
is estimated weight.
4 hours to actually fish. To fish good. Hit what I needed to, because one of the owners, Brad, let me use his boat that morning to take it out so they could figure
We're
out
gonna
what was-
go back over to Jesse Millsaps and check on his situation with his newfound
Want
girlfriend
a bite.
on the lower end of
He
Lake
was
Eufaula,
biting
I
every
believe.
cast.
Sounds like he's changed strategies a little bit now. He's decided to try to catch the male, see if it's a keeper. What does that tell you, Dudley? Is the female acting a little swirly now, and now he's kind of got the demons in his
has my
mind? I need to
pinchers in his
move. I've
mouth.
only got so much time in the
He
day.
never grabbed the
That fish
jig
is
itself.
swimming out with it right there.
He never grabbed the jig.
But you could still see. There you go.
I need a smaller profile.
He's now
me
waiting
what's
for her
going
to
on,
get
bud.
back in. But
Still working the same fish.
I mean, look
the
at the
male's
time
still
clock
biting. He's going
right
and grabbing
now.
it. I watched him just grab the pinchers. Here comes
we
the
are
female back.
at 8:36.
Here she comes. She was getting a little excited. She stayed gone for a while. Now he's actually calmed down. I may have to switch
That
baits
female-
on him
she's
because he
just
was
toying
biting
with
every
him,
cast
man.
there for a minute.
Toying with him.
That switching term is making her. She is looking at it hard. Neither like it in there. I mean, it's just a matter if you catch them turned just right like this right here.
Uh-oh.
He keeps grabbing the pinchers.
Swing.
I may have to downsize my
Right there.
pinchers, but she's actually staying put
she
now
stares
a
at the
little
female.
more. See what
So
she'll do.
nervous.
No, I educated her too much. Not saying she still won't bite, but it's just gonna take the right cast for her. Don't like pull. I knew what it did. I knew he grabbed a hold of it.
Dudley, is this something where you
Where
downsize?
does
Are
she
you throwing
go?
a smaller bait? I mean, you've already hooked her on this one bait. I mean, what's your play here?
I'm just going to put this
We're
out.
armchair quarterbacking, but what are you thinking?
In this game, you follow your instinct. And he has said 5 times in the last couple minutes, I need to change, I need to change, I need to change, and he hasn't changed yet. Not knocking you, Jesse, but in this game, you have to let your instincts take over, and his instincts are screaming, Jesse, please change baits. And he continues to throw the white jig. Will the white jig prevail? I don't know, but guys, you have to let your instincts tell you what to do. And he should be picking up another rod, reading this fish with maybe a green pumpkin, whatever, crawdad.
More
Or
natural color.
Something natural. Hey, what does it do to a green pumpkin? But I am shocked he is still sticking with that white jig after his instincts are screaming.
Run us through a bass tank breakdown if you've got 3 baits. 3 baits in your pocket for sight fishing. What are you going to in this situation? What's your rotation? If you could just pick 3, and we'll put you on the spot.
I'm definitely going to have, no doubt, if people are listening, you probably know what my number 1 bait's going to be. It's going to be a wacky worm.
Which is more finesse.
It is. I'm going to have a sinker with a Texas rig with a very light sinker, which could be a something natural color, and I'm going to have a bait with a heavy sinker with a white, something white on. So I'm going white, natural, and a wacky worm, and let's get the game on.
Bass tank breakdown right there. I'm telling you, you better be taking notes at home when the 4-time AOI drops that kind of sight fishing knowledge on you, NPFL live viewers. Good stuff. Hopefully Jesse will make the right adjustment, put that 5-pounder in the boat.
Now I'm going to predict he's getting ready to make hay right now.
My granddad used to say, make hay while the sun shines. The sun has been shining on you, follow the most stable weather I've ever seen at a bass tournament.
Yep.
every shot it just looks like Chamber of Commerce weather, man. You could make a commercial. Visit Eufaula. And all this footage, the gators, the sunshine, the big bass, capital of the world, Eufaula, Alabama. Going to get a look at one of our few Kansas anglers in the field, Mr. Greg Mansfield. Greg has he's been sneaking around that top 10. Yesterday was a struggle for him, but we saw him make late day adjustments.
Working on about a 2-pounder right now. We got a 2 1/4 in the live well. There's a 5-pounder swimming around over there that we might come back later to look at. But I really just wanted to come down here and try and fill a limit, get a few fish in the box so I'm guaranteed a check. Since the whole field's fishing, I didn't want to just fish new water all day. I wanted to go after some of these spawning fish I knew were in here, put a limit in the box, make sure I'm going to get paid and get those points for Angler of the Year, and then for that. So it may not be the winning strategy, but I figured being 14 pounds behind John, it probably wasn't a very good idea. So I'm going to try and catch this girl here, put a few in the box, and then go big fish hunting the rest of the day. We got till 4 o'clock, and when the sun's up this afternoon, I really would like to be able to run some new water and see if we can figure out a way to run into some pre-spawn females. So that's the story from the dam right now on Lake Eufaula. That 5-pounder that's back there is really the first big female I've seen in here. So I don't know if they're going to continue to move in all day, but
Mansfield is,
I think it's about to go down.
hear the geese, man. The love is in the air. The Lake Eufaula, and you hear Mansfield there talking about he's going to try to catch a couple off the bed, but then he thinks he needs to find some fat pre-spawn females somewhere. And, you know, we saw Chance Woodard do that yesterday. Rolls up on one spot, cast after cast after cast. It can definitely happen quick out there on Eufaula, as we have seen in the last 2 days on NPFL Live.
Familiar look. This is where he left off yesterday.
That's right.
Remember,
That's where he had the battle in the grass yesterday.
very familiar look. And
Here we go. It's like he pulled the hammer back there.
He did the step
really
back.
only care about one.
The step back. Hackney, I think, is the king of the step back.
The step back. You know it's about to go down.
When Hackney steps back, it's like,
Somebody's face is fixing to get hurt.
Yeah. He did the old Hackney step back.
You viewers at home are getting a lot of sight fishing goodness this morning, which makes me very jealous I'm not on the water power pole down at looking at one right now, because this is my favorite time of year. I lose sleep this time of year thinking about spawning fish.
But we got David Gaston. So, guys, I want you to think about this. He is catching fish that are probably spawning and some of the females that are sitting right outside of the bed that he's not seeing. He's very obvious. Mansfield is looking, so is Millsaps. But just as clean as that water are, they're pretty smart. And the ones that are in that stained water, they're typically, Luke, you know it as well as I do, typically a little bit more aggressive during the spawn. And I'm going to say that Gaston, before the end of the day, the dirty water spawning guru, swimming the swim jig,
Swimming that jig.
swimming it is going to prevail.
Here we go. We got
Jimmy got it.
Jesse Millsaps.
Come on, be 14 inches. I need to put you in the live well for a minute.
So it looks like he caught the male. So what do you, for me, Dudley, and you know way more about this than I ever will, being a 4-time AOI, but I don't ever like to catch the male if I can keep from it, because it keeps keeps her feeling good, keeps that big female hanging around. But sometimes when the boyfriend leaves, she's like,
Yeah, I'm gone.
deuces.
Yep.
See y'all later.
The magazine talk, Luke, will
That's
tell
right.
you.
The old school magazine.
The
talk.
old school, yes, correct.
Yes.
The old school magazine will say, catch the male and the female will move up there. Well, I'm going to tell you right now that the chances of that happen is very slim. You know, in grass fisheries, I see it happen a lot more for some reason.
Yeah.
But it is we shall see. When he turns back around is when his heart's going to be pumping.
She swims off, then she comes back.
We're going to take a quick break to see
Probably
if we can pay some bills right now, Dudley. And then we're going to come back to Jesse Millsaps with more National Professional Fishing League Live. Thank y'all for joining us on Showdown Saturday.
What I just did, but
Hey there, Fisher World Wood Shaking. Fat Cat Newton coming at you with some
when I
big
hooked her,
news.
I had
The
her for just a
National
second.
Professional
When I hooked her,
Fishing
she
League
got-
has teamed up with Lunkertex.
quit being
And for the
aggressive.
few of you out there that
She-
don't know what
first time
Lunkertex
she
is,
run up,
it is
she
an
grabbed it
awesome
and took
platform
off. I
that
thought,
sends
"Heck,
text messages to your phone with awesome deals on name brand lures, the biggest in the game. Throughout the day of 21 hours of coverage, you're going to be getting these random text messages of these awesome deals. You guys are going to be getting the best deals on the best lures out there during live streaming. All you have to do is go to lunkertex.com/NPFL and be a part of the movement where you get the biggest, baddest baits for the best prices.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Here, fishy, fish, 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 fishy. Here, fish.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
I'm gonna take you for a little boat ride.
Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from
getting
Lake
up on
Point
the
State
juice
Park
of the
Resort here on Lake
whole ordeal
Eufaula
now.
and one of the freshly renovated fisherman
we need
cabins.
it to-
What they're doing right now, they are going through and renovating all of their cabins, new floors, new plumbing, new everything. You can eat off the floor. Trust me, I just did. This place wall-to-wall, treetop tall, and it is in the bass capital of the world, Lake Eufaula. So if you're out there looking to chase that dream of catching the biggest bass in the game, Lake Point State Park Resort has a cabin waiting on you. That's a big one. We are Showdown Saturday for the NPFL inaugural event. Dude, on the water coverage brought to you by Lunkertex. I'm going to be your on the water guy, of course, as I'm wall-to-wall, treetop tall. Today, I'm spending all day looking for those guys that are chasing that check. That 36 spot, man, that's our cutoff. 36, $9,000. 37, hopefully you get it next time. So that's what we're looking for. We got a bunch of anglers that are right there in that bubble. Somebody can go out today and potentially crack 24 pounds and move up 40 spots. It can happen today. So primarily, you're going to see me running a gun and bebopping and flip-flopping 24.55 and looking for these dudes that think, we're not going to make it. Boom, Big Belly Kelly comes on, and next thing you know, they're going home with a $9,000 check. Over my shoulder right here is Greeny, Mr. Greeny. I'm so worked up, I forgot his first name, but yeah. We pulled up to him, boom, swing and a miss. Sorry, bud, didn't mean to shake you. When I get around people, they get a little crazy, you know what I mean? But anyways, he got his nerves back together as we were talking. Flips over again, boom, swing and a miss. It's okay, he's already got 3 in the well. He didn't know what he was going to do this morning. There's a lot going on, so he pulled over here waiting for all the action to settle down. Because here on Eufaula on a Saturday, if you don't know, in March, it's pretty busy. It's like you're at, I'll be like this all day long. We have tournaments here, tournaments there. You got Bobby's having a tournament, Terrence having a tournament. These guys are going to be dealing with a lot of different variables today. A lot. One of the biggest thing, will be pressure. The guys that think they have places saved, when they roll up today, they might have that little tin can sitting on there, and Bobby out there with 8 or 10 fishing poles trying to catch some slabs off the brush pile where them big belly Kellys are sitting at. So it's going to be a crazy day. A lot of things are going on. You're going to be seeing a lot of me today too, so you better stay tuned. Fat Cat Noon is going to bring you all the action on the water with these dudes right here chasing that 36 cut. Showdown Saturday, NPFL, inaugural event. Eufaula, Alabama.
Sounded bigger than that. $16-incher.
Grab your mic if you want to talk about them. Oh.
Dang, these are some guppies today. Yeah, he's 12. Hey, that's 5. That's a little baby fish. Look at that little guppy. Bubble, 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 guppy, guppy, guppies. Make sure this one's not dead. He not. They're good. All right. Oh, I got 5 fish. That's better than 0. What do we got? Not even a pound. That was like, call him a 14 ouncer. That sucks. It's number 5 though. Some guys didn't catch any fish in 2 days, so I can't complain, you know. I've seen that one. I've seen them all. I've seen a big one over there earlier. I couldn't get it to bite. Got me a pocket full of Scooby snacks.
You're live. We're live.
Hair on bed out here, you know, coming this morning. He was spinning around and stuff, chasing stuff off, but I can't see him to flip to him. You could have just cast that hope he picks it up. He didn't even know where the bed at. He just got a little general location. Hope he takes off with it. Much rather than just try to eat this than fool with him the other way. I don't know why they just don't paint the inside of the mouth of a frog. They paint it orange like a cork. Looks like a light bulb glowing. I was hitting my power poles, not my trim. Compared to the main lake and down the river. I mean, yeah, there's fish on bed down the river for sure. I've seen them. But they ain't like they are up here. And you can catch these. You don't see a lot of fish you did see down the lake on bed. They were, you know, cruisers. I'm sure they're locked on now. I mean, you didn't see a lot of cruisers. I saw one cruiser, about a 3-pounder. And, you know, I saw some other big ones that'd be worth going to catch on bed. The other problem is everybody was looking and only found them in 2 pockets, so we got to drive all the way down there. So, what, John?
Well, what this is we've got a little main lake, not close, main lake spawning pocket where some of the big ones will move into. Another 13 inches. And got a lot of brush on it. And these fish are going to stage in this brush, and then some of them are just going to go spawn right here. Some of them may move back, but it's a little hidey hole, little nook off of the main. I'm not in the back anything. I'm off the main, and so it's pretty similar to where I caught them yesterday as far as the structure of it. I haven't fished it at all during the tournament. I've only fished it during practice. Caught a 3-pounder here and that left. So I don't know what it can kick out, but that's just part of it. We're practicing right now. Unfortunately, I've had to switch to this wacky rig just to get bit. I got some bites this morning, and I had some good ones on, some legit good ones, and they just came off with that jerkbait. So I've kind of, and I've caught two of my 3 biggest fish I've caught this week have been on the spinning rod. So I'm not really giving up on the jerkbait, but I'm gonna let this little wacky rig tell the tale of whether I'm gonna give it a chance anyways. So I'm having to get real close to these fish, which is not too good. And I'm just getting right on them and I'm casting straight down on it. They go down to it and I look away. They either bite it or they don't. But working them hasn't really paid off too much as far as working it back. They're all around it. There's about 5 of them down there looking at it. You want to eat it? No. You want to eat it? No. You want to eat it? No. No. Let's just follow it around. There's a big fish. It's a big fish right here. Randomly out here. I don't know if I got a good pitch on him or not. Hopefully. You got to be accurate, man. I think I might have hit him. See, I'm just letting it fall down the bottom. They hook up. I'm gonna let it. I'm not even moving it. Let them do their deal. There he goes. That is definitely a spot, though. Wow. Playing footsies with the spots. So this is how the beginning of a 20-pound bag starts. Let me tell you a little story of a man named John who caught 20 pounds all day long until the final day when it really counts. And now I'm playing with spots. Hey, keeper number 3, listen, I'm still happy. Keeper number 3, saw him wandering around. Oh, it's a she, I should call her a she. Wandering around, dropped my little worm in front of her face, and then for some reason, man, you just got a dead stick. You can't move it. You try to shake it and put a little Kevin Van Dam sauce on it, it don't work. Not today, not for me. Not in this hole. He did go 1 pound though, fortunately. So right now we start out with a 1.5, and we've gotten smaller. We got 3 dinks in the box. but report this sucker. We got this app where we got to report the weight so everybody at home can see what's going on. It's cool. They're probably going to owe me a phone by the end of the season though, man. That thing's going to go in the drink, I promise you. They're right underneath me still. They're down there looking for Fred. Hey, where'd Fred go? I don't know where Fred's at. Oh my goodness, there they are. Come to me, babies. Where'd they go? Oh. Wow, they moved in and out like sand bass almost. They're not rolling though, so they're not sand bass.
Oh, barely hooked. Golly. I told them boys it's gonna take me a while this morning, but I'm still coming. Y'all don't forget me.
Fish stay hooked up. Fixing the boat flip. Boom! That's what jig come out. That's what I'm talking about. Boom. 2.5. That was easy enough. Think about that. We got a log above, gotta log him in. Key of that fish right there was staying off of it. I fished for that fish yesterday, but I couldn't see it good enough. And today I was able to stay out off of that fish, and that fish bit because I was able to stay off of it. There we go. 3 down, 2 to go. Man, we're way ahead of schedule. It's 9:07. I got 3. This is like way unheard of. We need these next 2 to be some good ones. That one helped a ton. That was easy. That was a 3-minute work. That's the way some of them can be. Yesterday I worked that fish for 45 minutes to an hour to try to catch it. And it just wasn't right. I was too close. Whew. Hindsight's bad, but that 5-pounders, things would be looking a lot better right now. But the way I look at it, we still got 7 hours of fishing to do today. We've been in 2 pockets. So they're coming. They're coming.
Looking at Jesse Millsaps, and Jesse talking about just a little bit of a frustrating morning for him. You know, he had a 5-pounder right there within his grasp, and just couldn't put it in the boat.
But he is ahead of the ball game. He just landed a 3.5-pounder that he found yesterday. He's got 3 in the live well already, and he is excited. He is way ahead of the schedule for a sight fishing tournament. So, but the other boys, Yeah, the boys, the offshore boys, been a little quiet.
Been a little quiet.
Been quiet. And I think, again, David Gaston sitting on top right now with the swim jig in a little bit stained water. We see people all over the place, some sitting in clean water, some sitting in the muddy water, but as of right now, the dirty water boys are lighting it up.
It's like we're going to get a look at some day 3 highlights and kind of what's got us to this point of the morning on Showdown Saturday. Our guy so far, David Gaspin. Every time he hooks up, Dudley, it's just meat and potatoes, baby. He's just bringing it.
My heart races every time he sets the hook. Look how close.
That's fun. Like,
yes.
I need a dose of that right now.
Going for the calls.
Inject that braid swim jig bite into my veins. Look at that. So he's throwing a black swim jig in that dirty water with a blue trailer. Keeping that rod high. Look at that. Look how shallow that fish was.
That one was beyond shallow. Coming over dirt just to even get in the boat.
The fish was up there weed eating.
Yes. Oh my!
Gaston is getting a lot of bites.
That's a nervous threat. If Sukup knew what was happening up there, shallow.
John Soak Up, Mr. Hookup is struggling.
Ooh. Come on, fish.
Different.
Jesse Millsaps.
Different color and water clarity. Of course, you got a man that's looking at him and a man who's throwing some
hooked in the mouth,
some in the dirt.
Of course, that's the scene of the crime there where we saw Jesse lose that 5-pounder. He ended up catching the male.
Hooked inside the mouth. Got it. Big one. Come on, fish, stay hooked up.
That was
and then he rebounded with another fish. Boom. Nice fish. Like I said, give him his 3rd bass of the morning.
It is 3 fish today, dude. There we go.
And we're back looking at Mr. Hookup himself. Our day 2 leader has been averaging 20 pounds a day. But day 3, certainly a different story so far.
Unless he's a Kentucky. He ain't. We'll see.
The thing about John, though, he's upbeat, he's singing songs, he's joking, he's laughing, and that's what's going to save him down the stretch because it is a very long day on Showdown Saturday.
A look at Nick here, coming across with some early fish for Nick, right?
Yeah,
Let's think about it.
Nick's been our late bloomer every day.
Yeah, he early on, and Nick is kind of ahead of the ball game right now, but he also is utilizing this shallow water into what could be a phenomenal day for
playing
him.
his strengths, just like we're seeing John Sokup playing his strengths because he is an electronics guru with the bass tank. He knows that Garmin live scope.
That is definitely a spot, though.
Not the size, though. Not the size, Luke. We've got to see him make a charge here soon. I mean, by now he typically has had the first 2 days a solid limit going, and
then we've had Luis Fernandez has had a multi-species morning, to say the least, and caught a couple bass as well. One of our California anglers in the NPFL field. Joe Discerny.
Right under the boat. This is crazy.
Oklahoma angler.
He's been pretty steady this morning. He's put on a clinic just catching fish. He's been our probably most consistent offshore angler this morning.
For sure. Had a quick day 1 limit for 18 pounds. Yesterday was a struggle. Caught him late. Putting some fish in the box this morning early. Joe Discerny from Ohio
he went shallow yesterday towards the evening to really put a lot of weight in his bag, and I think today we're going to see the same thing play out. Right now he was securing the limit and points for Angler of the Year.
Makes me nervous right there.
Yes, getting around that prop light line.
So as we have to do, it's time to pay the bills. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and we will be back with Showdown Saturday on NPFL Live.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Blue Water by TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Lake Point State Park Resort here on Lake Eufaula at one of the freshly renovated fisherman cabins. What they're doing right now, they are going through and renovating all of their cabins. New floors, new plumbing, new everything. You can eat off the floor. Trust me, I just did. This place, wall-to-wall, treetop tall. And it is in the bass capital of the world, Lake Eufaula. So if you're out there looking to chase that dream of catching the biggest bass in the game, Lake Point State Park Resort has a cabin waiting on you.
That's a big one.
Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you with some big news. The National Professional Fishing League has teamed up with LunkerText. And for the few of you out there that don't know what LunkerText is, it is an awesome platform that sends text messages to your phone with awesome deals on name brand lures, the biggest in the game. Throughout the day of 21 hours of coverage, you're going to be getting these random text messages of these awesome deals. You guys are going to be getting the best deals on the best lures out there during live streaming. All you have to do is go to lunkertext.com/NPFL and be a part of the movement where you get the biggest, baddest baits for the best prices.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
I'd like to thank all of our fine sponsors and advertisers there, and we are back to our unofficial Day 3 Showdown Saturday leader, David Gaston, Roll Tide, Alabama boy. And he's back in that live well again, Dudley.
No surprise there. My prediction is getting stronger and stronger.
We're going to see, take a little look here at what we missed during that fine commercial break.
All right, we're going to ride and see if we can find something new.
Megan.
Every time he swings, Dudley.
I can premature big yell.
Will we see one of these? I mean, Dudley, I feel like we need a 6 or 7 pounder from one of these shallow guys, right, to kind of solidify that bag. He's on great average fish. We've seen him catch a 6 pounder this morning, but I think we need to add another one, right, to run down Soakup.
Everything in my body says you cannot keep setting the hook this much on Lake Eufaula and not collide with one of these Eufaula giants. If not 1, 2, he's already got one in there.
That's a 6 pounder. Yeah, we got one almost 6 pounds.
But he is setting the hook time and time again, and I can't see him continuing this pace without continuing to climb up that leaderboard even more. He's going to collide with another giant.
Of course, we see him using that TH Marine Conservation Culling System. TH Marine, our official live well and fish care provider for the National Professional Fishing League, giving us all a chance to take care of these fish with products like G-Juice, oxygenators. That's
Look
a pretty good call, man.
It is getting tight.
And now he's just riding dirty. He's just enjoying himself. Just out for a little Saturday stroll.
He did mention he's just going to try somewhere new, and he's got the mindset. I mean, you can see it in his blood. He is going.
He's dialed.
He is dialed in. He knows the fish in the area. And when I say the area, this area he's in is probably a couple mile stretch of turf that he's fishing. He knows they are moving in. They've moved in fast, and he knows he can go to new water and probably produce more fish. That is a veteran move coming from a final day showdown to say, hey, I'm going to new water. I need to expand what I have, and that is taking a dagger to that trophy right there. He's like, I want to put an end to this, and that trophy's going to be mine.
Utilizing the techniques that David is using, he doesn't really want to go behind himself, does he?
No, he doesn't. You see that a lot. When you're out there on the tournament scene, there'll be boats coming in and out of fishing areas. But you have to, now listen, you have to, when you are in an area, you're not only looking at what you're fishing at, but you're looking at where pressure is coming at all over that creek. So if you see a boat headed down a stretch over your back, maybe where you wanted to go next, you're playing the game of looking where areas are getting attacked from other areas.
Absolutely. It is not a surprise that David Gaston, whose weights have increased every single day, is now sitting on top of our unofficial leaderboard. And Dudley, we will not know how official these weights are until they go to our drive-through weigh-in here at Lake Point State Park, Eufaula, Alabama. Put them on the scales for Mr. Al McCullough. And what have you thought about this drive-through weigh-in so far?
You know, being able to take, which a lot of anglers have utilized, the turf that are on their boats, their trucks, their carpet decals. It is just a phenomenal way for these anglers to showcase their sponsors, and having a drive-through weigh-in really puts in perspective of who these people are back in and why they promote them the way they do. So it's a phenomenal setup. Goes quickly, it goes smoothly, and I love the drive-through weigh-in.
Yeah, it's fantastic, man. It's really been fun getting to know. We've met all 110 of our anglers that have been out here on Eufaula this week, and such a great collection of anglers from really all over the country. We've got them as far as Washington State here at fishing the inaugural event here with the league. And of course, we got David Gaston, and say he's bumping and grinding a little bit up there.
Yes, he is definitely in some shallow water. Moving quick, though, guys. He is definitely dialed in. He knows what he wants to look for. That was actually our first look of him that wasn't around a lot of grass. You know, he's been shoreline grass fishing, getting those fish, and he's catching both male and females. Guys, you have to understand this. Typically, males, no doubt, are going to be the ones guarding the bed. They're going to go up there and do it. But the females always sit outside the bed. He's taking a crack at both male and female with the technique that he's doing. When you're sight fishing, typically you're going to be only targeting one fish at a time. But David,
slow too, right? Slow process.
But David right now is utilizing that swim jig in muddy water, and he has the opportunity to catch the male and the female on any cast. That's the beauty of fishing in dirty water during the spawn, is that you're going to have that ultimate chance to bust a big bag, and he knows they're on the move.
David came into Showdown Saturday sitting in 5th place, and he was just about 7 pounds off from John Hookup. And, you know, we're seeing things shake out that we didn't anticipate. You know, there was rumblings of the local pressure being a factor, and it certainly seems like it's affecting, you know, guys like Chance Woodard, who has been basically silent this morning compared to what we saw yesterday, and guys like John Sokup. And David Gasson's gotten away from that local pressure, it seems like, and is just standing on that trolling motor, putting fish in the boat.
And guys, the difference is this. Luke brought up an excellent point. When you are dealing with offshore fishing, you're dealing with concentrated bass in a small area. Let's just say it's a 25-yard circle or in diameter. That when you have a concentration of fish that concentrated, and you have, whether it's local pressure or you put the pressure, we saw him put the pressure. I mean, he throttled them yesterday. And was his decision to throttle them, is it going to cost him today? Is there going to be another school that moves in there today? But the problem is this: the offshore boys have a concentrated area of fish versus the shallow water boys who are nickel and diamond. They don't have like one. See what I'm talking about? Just went from culling to nickel and diamond up. Wow.
Looks like we got to check on our cameramen out there. NPFL Live camera guys giving us the best footage, and almost taking one right to the face there from David Gaston on that swim jig. Nobody wants to be on the other end of that.
No, sir. I guarantee he's got a thick-gauged hook on that swim jig. You do not want that gauge in you.
David, you break it, you buy it. We don't need you hitting any of these NPFL cameras, bud.
But again,
getting a great look at that jig, though.
Yeah. But again, the shallow water boys are they're gonna be able to go nickel and dime them versus having a concentration on fish. And I think, I'm gonna say it, Luke, this is early. I'm saying it. The shallow water boys are gonna win this tournament. Luke, I know it's early. I know it is.
It's very early, Dudley.
I know, but I'm reading my palm now.
They got to climb mountain hookup.
I'm reading my palm, and my palm says that the shallow water boys are going to prevail in this tournament.
David Dudley, who will be set up at the weigh-in with his absolutely just reading palms. And Dudley, something that we've experienced since we've been here in Lake Eufaula is some of the amazing local hospitality, but we've also enjoyed some of these fine restaurants and food establishments like the Donuts.
Yes. Phenomenal sugar piece of bread.
We have heard you got the best donut in Alabama. And I'm a diabetic, and I'm about to take a risk on eating this.
So we need the best donut in Alabama. Put us on the best donut in Alabama. Let's see it. Let's go. Which are you thinking?
Oh.
This is it. Donut hole.
No.
Okay. All right.
Oh no.
Here we go, Dudley. One bite.
This is gonna bring me back to my sugarholic days.
Oh man. Oh boy. Okay, now listen, I want to be fair. I ain't had every donut in Alabama, but I don't have to because it's right here in Eufaula, Alabama. Donut King, baby. All right, oh my gosh.
I know. Me, I'm ready to grab the chocolate.
Gosh.
But
I want some of those donut holes.
Is that just a donut? Let's go with, I'm really going out on a limb. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm like an alcoholic drinking alcohol right now. I just got the first taste of sugar in 8 weeks, but I'm really, give me the one right there, the Long John, the chocolate covered. Oh yeah.
That's me right there.
I just gotta let you know that I love you, and if I go in the hospital for this, I'm blaming it on you.
I'm gonna take care of you kids.
Oh my gosh. The taste of sugar is in my life again. Oh my gosh.
Best donut in Alabama?
Ever.
That a donut's so good a diabetic has to risk it all.
I couldn't. I am a bad sugarholic, and looking at all those donuts, I shouldn't have done it, but I couldn't stand. When they say they were the #1 donut in Alabama, I'm going to break the rules a little bit. I'm just going to.
Between Big Bass Donuts, we got Phil's Barbecue here, which is like the best barbecue sauce in Alabama. Man.
A lot of history in this little town of Eufaula, Alabama. I think I still got a sugar rush from that donut.
Going to Landon Tucker, who is making quite a charge on this final day. Landon is a local in this area and comes from a very, very fishing-oriented family, to say the least. Going to go to a replay right here. While we were talking about donuts, he was swinging on these Eufaula Big Bass.
So I just need me a. That's a good one. Oh my God, that's a good one. That's a big one. No, it's not. Let's do
Landon, who's already got a 6-pounder in the box, Dudley.
Come on, yes!
Oh, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, it's a kid show. It's a kid show. Come on. Careful. Needed a bass with a helmet?
Yeah.
Right there. Landon, who's fishing offshore brush piles.
How about that?
Doing a great job this morning.
All my fish on almost all.
Now we're back to Landon NPFL Live.
Yesterday, most of them came off a worm. And first day, I think almost all of them came off a jig. All 3 of them. Man, I keep kicking myself for only having 3 the first day, but I think that really has saved my butt. Just with the limited fishing time that I had to be able to catch those 3 big ones, man, it's been a blessing for sure. I need to catch 1 more, and I'll be pretty happy. I'll go head hunting. I'll go throw a swim bait in these piles and get a big bite. Maybe a couple big bites. We'll see. I ain't thrown a swim bait all week. It's not like me.
Landon
That's
is
my favorite thing to do. Probably my dang buddies are probably like, "Oh no, hush about that dang swim bait." But they bite it, and it's perfect conditions for it too.
Landon giving out his local
Cody,
goods
where are
there.
you at? Come on. You're supposed to be here by now.
And Luke, swim baits. Swim baits over the last, say, 5 years have been a huge player in this fishing world.
Offshore, on the bank. Landon was calling out his buddy Cody, sounded like. Cody, if you're watching, I don't know where you're at, but Landon is expecting to see you today, I believe. I don't know if you owe him money or how that's going, but Cody, Landon Tucker calling you out on NPFL Live.
I guess that was good.
We're going to go see Joe DeCerny, Ohio angler, currently in 3rd place, having a heck of a week on Lake Eufaula.
How things going?
Not very good, honestly. I mean, it's been slow. I mean, I got a limit better than yesterday, but they're smaller. My offshore stuff is kind of, they're out there. I could see them on the graph. I dropped almost every one that I caught, but it's still been slow for quality. That's the problem. I ran in that yesterday too and got everything in the afternoon that counted, well, kind of. So I think I'm about to make a run, and I told myself I'd go shallower a lot earlier today. I think that's gonna matter. I got a long day today. We're pretty sure we're gonna be weighing in at dark, but it's all good. Hey, I got a limit. I mean, I didn't have a limit until 2:30 yesterday, and we were done at 3. I was back at 3:15, so I feel a lot better about myself. Granted, they're guppies, but that's all right. I got this breeze out here too. This flat calm.
You know what
That's
needs to
why
happen right here, Dudley, for Joe?
I don't want to leave this stuff because I feel like
He called
this
me out
breeze
yesterday,
is
and
the
then he called a
answer.
6-pounder. I feel like, you know what I mean? Show us some love.
Let's go.
And maybe we get a big bite.
We're gonna run.
He did, and I think he does need to call Mr. Luke out. He was your only love yesterday. I'm just kind of.
But I don't know that the other anglers were giving you love so much as they were giving you hate.
I think I was in their head, and I'm in the studio.
We're going to take a look at Greg Mansfield, Kansas angler, former FLW Tour pro. Looks like he's on that sight fish program again, up fishing the bank.
We're gonna make a long run.
Greg has a YouTube documentary series with his roommate Joel Willert out here, Jay Willie, called Black and Blue, entering season 2. They document all the craziness behind the scenes and on the water of all their fishing exploits on the National Professional Fishing League. These guys fish all over the country. Seeing with the
making
spinning rod
decisions.
again.
Here's a move, guys. This is why you watch live. This is why you watch live. He's getting ready to make a major decision, and you know, one of the questions you always ask: when do you move? When do you stay? You've been asked that, Luke, a million times. Hey, how do you know when to go, when to stay? And Luke, we're getting ready to see a big move here. I don't know what's in his mind right now, but he has given up on the sight fishing program, and he is about to make a big run. So I see possibly a big move coming up, you know, changing possibly to some dirty water. A lot of traffic in there, Luke. You know, when you get a lot of
you know, of course, we have no cut today, so we got a lot of anglers out on the water today, locals and the NPFL pros. So I think we're definitely seeing that impact some of our anglers, Dudley. I think that's, you know, this is a very popular fishery in Alabama for obvious reasons, big bass capital of the world. So I think some of our anglers are getting frustrated with some of the things going on. We're hearing some rumblings, you know, out there, and tensions are running high. There's a beautiful trophy on the line, and there's $50,000 first place prize, not to mention $9,000 checks all the way down to 36th place. So everybody's a little, you know, maybe some heated discussions happening out there today.
Yeah, you put a lot of money on the line. Money will make you do some unethical things. You know, it'll make you do decisions that typically you shouldn't do as a person or as an angler, but
it's a pressure cooker.
Yes.
And maybe not unethical, but just etiquette-wise, you know?
Yeah, it's like the unwritten rule.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of unwritten rules in this game, and gonna
take a look now at Brian Hatfield, Tennessee boy, who fished in a Wesley Strader t-shirt yesterday and Still think Wesley probably gave him that.
I wonder how much Wesley paid him.
I
for
don't
that
know.
t-shirt.
That was a question. I meant to text Wes last night and ask him.
I didn't know that he was into sponsoring people now with his own name. His own name. Wow.
Notice Brian has decided not to have the Wesley Schrader t-shirt on today. I don't know what that says, because Brian had a really tough morning yesterday, and then late in the day with his David Dudley ADD strategy that I called it, he won the award because we literally saw him catch fish on like six different techniques. Looks like he's back offshore. You know, his thing was hard spots yesterday. Dudley, he told you that was his plan. Well, then we see him with a square bill up shallow. We saw him with a frog. We saw him with a buzzbait. Saw him with a shaky head. Saw him with a Carolina rig. He's all over the map. Yeah. But you know what matters at the end of the day? Where it puts you. And he came into the day in 9th place. Showdown Saturday.
And being able to pull that off, you know, midway through the day, you know, somewhere around 10 o'clock, I think he caught his first keeper and was able to finish out a limit and cull by the end of the day. That is what you call a veteran move.
There's a lot to be said for different areas in the country, Dudley. I talk about this a lot, but that East Tennessee region produces some of the best fishermen that we see fish professionally. You know, guys like Wesley Schrader, Andy Morgan, Brad Knight, Michael Neal, Buddy Gross. There's way too many to name. Ott Defoe, so many. David Walker's up there now. He's a transplant though, David Walker. But that area is so good. We're going to see Brian. He's going to make a move now. His sock game, I would like to discuss, is also very strong. Brian Hatfield.
But that area of this country has a variety of lakes that you can go fish to.
No doubt. And now we're going to go to a guy that is from another region that is packed full of fish catchers, and that is the West Coast California kid, Luis Fernandez.
Oh, starting now.
What's that?
Just starting now.
He's been our guy all week, Dudley.
Oh, yeah. Every cast, he believes he's going to catch one.
Every single cast, man. And I tell you, talking to Lewis, he's within a group of anglers out on the West Coast. They call themselves the Bass Warriors. The Bass Warriors. Shout out all the Bass Warriors watching us on TNPFL Live.
He has been in warrior mode.
Just moved back in this creek. That's where I caught a couple big ones yesterday.
You know, Lewis told me yesterday at weigh-in he is covering
that water temp gets
covering new water.
You know, 65,
just
60. These fish are coming
every day.
back here.
Well, he made a liar out of me right there. He's circling back.
Boat pressure today, though. A lot of crappie fishermen.
Most of his damage has been in the afternoons.
Yep. And typically when you're in dirtier water, the higher that sun gets up, the better they can see also. It's not just about temperature, but it's about visibility. And, you know, it's no surprise that later in the afternoon is going to be a better bite in muddier water.
Speaking of something dirty, we're fixing to watch Jesse Millsaps set up on what could be Shamu from what we're hearing.
Wow. That is a giant.
Speaking of the Big Bite Challenge Big Bass, there it swims.
Gosh.
Which would be great.
He connects with that one. Good gosh.
You are not looking at a log. That is a bass, ladies and gentlemen. Friends and neighbors, NPFL Live.
Back to her place right here. She's come back to the same place twice. She's circling.
Not importing SeaWorld footage in.
This fish right here is a difference maker. Here she comes, coming back. Oh,
she looked.
It might be a difference maker in me having a heart attack or not today if he catches that
Smaller
thing. Dudley, that's a
circle.
chicken wing.
That's a good sign.
Yes.
That is a.
For y'all that are talking, don't maybe not
Come
know.
on, girl,
Me
eat
and
it,
Luke
eat it, girl.
have a
Come on, girl.
Parmesan
I know you ain't eating a
chicken
week.
wing dinner on the line.
Look at her.
on
See her
Big
nosing on
Bass
it?
of the week.
Hey, she got curious. That's a good sign.
Goodness gracious.
All right, we're gonna do it again. Let her go out.
Oh lordy.
Stop it right here.
Lordy.
Me. That fish language, Dudley. You've talked it for 2 days. Fish language. He's reading this
She
fish's
comes
body
back, she's
language,
circling
trying
around,
to decide
coming.
what he needs to.
We need her circles to get a little smaller.
Yes.
Here she comes, coming back.
I am just as intense as he
Oh
is.
yeah, I'm nervous for him.
I am just as intense as he is right now.
Now, what we could see in this situation, Dudley, he gets this fish in the boat, gets this fish to bite.
See what she does this time.
If he was to catch a couple more in this size range, which you can find on the bed, we could see one of these 25 to 30 pound bags that Lake Eufaula is known for, correct?
Correct. We've been saying all week. You've predicted a 27 pound bag that is going to come to the scale. He's already off to a good start. Man. And just like you heard him mention, this is a difference maker, game changer.
So Jesse, obviously in the shallows, visibly looking with his eyes with polarized sunglasses for bass on the bed. This has been kind of his strategy all week, and now we're starting to see some giant bass. You can see this fish, she's roaming
Taking
around
a different
the bed.
route
She
this
did
time.
take a little different route.
And guys, you heard him mention, and I'm going to tell you, see how she moved around to the backside of that lily pad circle patch? He's trying to actually figure out where her sweet spot at. And what we mean by sweet spot, spooked her.
Spooked her.
Okay, perfect example, guys. You could not get any better than that. That's what we were talking about early in the week. When they get up in that extremely shallow water, they feel vulnerable.
So shallow.
And that lure just flew over her back, and she got out of dodge. I'm not so sure I would have took that cast, but the fish was taking a different route. You just want to read that fish, read her mood. What is she doing? What spooks her? And he just learned a lot with that. So he's going to try to pinpoint where the eggs might be. And if he's patient enough, I can already tell with this fish roaming and cruising, she's liable to lock down on a spot and be good.
No doubt about it. As we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard from our Way Live app, these guys are entering their weights in on the Way Live app and keeping us updated. David Gaston, no surprises there. We've seen him all morning doing work. His weights have increased every day, but we have him on top of the leaderboard with 48 pounds, 10 ounces. John Sokup still hanging around. He's in the second place spot. He has averaged over 20 pounds a day. We are expecting fireworks from John at some point today. Landon Tucker making the biggest move that we've seen today. He has steadily increased his weight every day after a shaky day one start with some technical issues. He has overcome a lot to be right here and to be in third place unofficially on Showdown Saturday. Joe DeCerny, Chance Woodard, Mark Schilling, Brandon Perkins, Tennessee Angler. That's a new name in that top 10. Nick Provanizak, Hunter Bogman. Hunter sliding back in there. And a name that was with us on day one, Paul Browning. He had a very slow day one, 3 pounds, 14 ounces, but rebounded with 14 pounds, 7 ounces yesterday, and unofficially 13 pounds, 5 ounces today to get to 31 pounds. Paul Browning making some noise on the NPFL leaderboard. I would like to point out, though, these weights are unofficial until they are these bass are in the hands of Mr. Al McCullough at our drive-through weigh-in, which will kick off here in Eufaula at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time from the Lake Point State Park. So we're gonna let Jesse get settled in on what could be our Big Bite Challenge Big Bass. We're going to take a look at one of our shallow water hammers, Nick Provanizak, who has done work late in the day, the last 2 days.
Pretty slow again this morning.
Got off to a little bit of a decent start
like
this
these
morning,
fish
though. A little
like
ahead
it
of
when it gets
schedule
hot
for old
out.
Nick.
For Nick, yep. He's
I've had a couple bites, one short one keeper, and missed another fish. But still haven't seen what I really like yet.
Every time we go to Nick, I just start drooling.
Yeah,
it's the best looking cover on this lake every time. But we've seen him mix it up, though. We've seen him in some hyacinths. We've seen him in some gator grass. We've seen him in some pads, frogging, flipping, chatterbaiting, and sight fishing. He is absolutely just all in on that shallow water power fishing game.
And he's not moving much. And guys, there's a lot of times you want to take this Nick approach. Nick has not been pulling his trolling motor up, going here, going there, trying this, trying there. Nick, this is his first time to the lake, and I'm gonna emphasize something to you guys. If you're at a place that you don't really know everything about it, right? You don't know where the local hot spots are. Pick an area and figure them out. Pick an area and just figure out how to catch them. And we've seen that with Nick this week. He's caught some punching. He's caught some frogging. He's caught some swim jigging like he did this morning. He's caught some sight fishing. He basically has put his boat in an area and just says, you know what? There's bass that live here, and I'm going to figure them out. And that's a move that you can do when you're going to lakes. You don't have to always go all over the lake to think that you have to catch them. He's picked an area, and he's a good enough fisherman that he's well-rounded enough that he used 5 different techniques to catch these bass. That's why my man is sitting in the top 10 after 3 days.
And really, this is what we expected to see for a background for March in Eufaula. When this tournament was first announced, I expected nothing but full contact fishing like this and not guys looking down at the live scope, getting cricks in their necks and doubling up on huge bass like we've seen John Sokup do the last 2 days. But is shallow water Eufaula kind of rearing its head, Dudley? That's been the topic of conversation for 3 days, but man, it's going to be interesting to see what guys like Nick, David Gaston, and the rest of our shallow water anglers, Jesse Millsaps, pull off here on Showdown Saturday.
Now, we're only in the 10 o'clock hour, approaching the 10 o'clock hour. And really, 10 o'clock hour has been fairly slow, wouldn't you say, Luke?
Absolutely, all week.
I mean, there's been that little surge in the morning, where the fresh fish have moved up and they're pretty much dumb. They want to bite anything up there. But then there's that little bit of lull, and I think we're in that lull right now. And we've been talking about that 11th o'clock hour, Luke. Are we going to see that today? Are we going to see that 11 o'clock hour come, alive? Or is it going to be later? We've had these 80-degree days. What do you think?
I think that that afternoon has been strong 2 days in a row, and I think we're going to see it again today without a doubt. Of course, we are only on live until 1 p.m. today. And the rest of the story will be told at the drive-through weigh-in. All right, guys, we're going to take it to the big cat, Mr. Fat Cat Newton, who's got a little piece for us right now from Lake Eufaula, Alabama.
Hey there, Fisher World. We're shaking Fat Cat Newton coming at you from the Witch's Ditch here on Lake Eufaula, Alabama. I told myself I was going to be more organized today. It's the third day, man. We got guys out here fishing for their share of $425,000. I want to make sure I get their names out right and get everything right, man, because they deserve it. They're out here grinding, man. And they're basically grinding on a different body of water than what they were fishing on the first day of practice this past Sunday. This body of water is completely different. From the clarity, from the water temperature, from the water level, and the water pressure. It's simply a different body of water in the same place. So we've been running around this morning. Every boat we've came in contact with has had fish in the live well. They're catching them early. We talked to, like I said, Lunkers TV early, old Rob Turkla. First cast, he had one in the boat. And then we run into Mr. Greeny. Greeny had 3 in the boat. All these guys I'm going to be talking about are the guys that are chasing that 36 check line. These guys are fishing for that $9,000 check. So Greeny, he was fishing. He's looking for 17 pounds today. And then we move forward a little bit north and we find old Buck Mallory. Buck Mallory is sitting in the same place I've seen him for 3 days. It's a little gut in the mouth of a creek, and he's right up on shore casting towards the channel. He said it's just, he thinks that they're coming and going there. He's right by a little feeder creek, and he says that they're going into spawn. He's catching comers and goers there. We sat right there and watched him get a 5.5 pounder on a black and blue chatterbait. The dude almost started crying. He said it's probably one of the biggest ones he's caught because where he's from, Michigan, they don't have them that big. So saw a special moment with Buck Mallory this morning. You can see the chills in my arm because it was, that dude's something else. So then further down that same creek was Bobby Lenham. Bobby Lenham, he's been on them all week. He's been around them, and he's been throwing primarily a white chatterbait and a frog. Bobby is doing good this morning. He said he's looking to get about 17 pounds to make the cut. He says he has about 12 pounds in the live well right now. I think Bobby's going to be okay. So then, let's see. We go for Bobby Lenham, and then we just run into old Matt Looney in Witch's Ditch. Matt Looney, cool cat. He's had a tough 2 days. He's sitting right now around 6.5, 7 pounds for his 2-day total. He needs, I don't know, 23 pounds. He said he's looking for 25. He is the leader, John Sukup's travel partner. He said, I know where he's fishing. I know what he's doing. I could go out there and do that. I'm going to let him have that. I've got some spots I think still have fish on it, and I think I can get 22, 23 pounds. So Matt's got the hammer down southbound, looking for that fat sack right now. There's one of our guys right there, Mark Schlar. What's up, Big Daddy? He's just riding around, guys. He's not even fishing. He's been eating snacks all morning and things like that. He's got plenty of money. He don't need to win this money over here. I'm just kidding. Top-notch guy. So what we're doing from here, I want to talk one thing real quick, what I've been seeing. I saw Mr. Lanham do it, and then I saw Looney do it just a second ago. When they're throwing their frog, they're throwing the frog up in the grass, okay? At first I thought, well, Bobby needs to learn how to cast. No, he doesn't. Every cast is in that grass, and they're bringing it back, and they're working about 3 or 4 feet off of that edge, then they're going to reel it back in and recast. They think all their fish are relating that close to that grass line right there. So that's one unique thing I'm seeing. And then one thing that Looney said happened to him, throwing that frog, he's dealing with small alligators, a little dinks like that. Little alligators are coming to get his frogs. He said that's actually affecting his frog bite back in the Witch's Ditch. So that's all I've got for you right now. We're going to put the hammer down, go look for some more guys chasing that 36 $9,000 check line from your Saturday showdown here at the NPFL inaugural event, Lake Eufaula, Alabama.
Good stuff there from the big cat out on the water, Fat Cat Newton. And, you know, he finally, Dudley, I talked about this with Mayor Tibbs yesterday on live, the Witch's Ditch. We got a Fat Cat update from the Witch's Ditch. So it finally came to play. We'll call this Show Up Saturday now. We had a little show up from the Witch's Ditch on Showdown Saturday.
It is something about that Witch's Ditch. I've heard people talk about that all over the country. You know, it's almost like you say Lake Eufaula Witch's Ditch.
That's right.
It's like it just follows Lake Eufaula.
It's an intense sounding place.
Surprisingly, though, does this not surprise you that nobody in the top 10 is out of the Witch's Ditch?
It really is a surprise.
That is blowing me away because that is and when the fish are on the move like they are now, totally shocked that Witch's Ditch is not being a player right now.
We're back on Greg Mansfield, our Kansas pro, who is he's playing that sight fish game. He said earlier, you know, he wanted to catch a few off the bed, but then he wanted to try to find some pre-spawners.
See how quickly this one comes back.
He has been
pull up a little further if it doesn't come
fishing
back.
brush piles and mixing it in with sight fishing all week. You can see he's changing his angle there, going to the back deck. Super shallow water and very clean compared to the water a lot of our anglers are in, Dudley.
Yes, he is definitely down by the dam. Very popular place, but you know, there's very few places that support this much clean water, and I'm sure a lot of traffic has been in and out of there all week. So no surprise that he's reading this fish. He's like, hey, is this fish even catchable? Because I'm sure it has been seen and messed with by anglers all week. And, you know, this is where somebody who is a skilled sight fisherman can actually go into a popular area where a lot of fish are at and pick off the ones that other anglers can't pick off. And he, no doubt right now, he's back here analyzing it. He's saying, hey, is this fish ready? And this one pitch is going to tell him a huge story. Like, you see him make that one pitch there, that was like reading a whole chapter of a book. Like, he just got a ton of valuable information. Whether it's for the good or the bad, you got to remember that if that fish is spooky, look, walking away, okay? Very valuable. He just read that book, and he's like, nope. He's like, I'm out of here.
I think we, you know, we're going from Greg Mansfield sight fishing to us getting to lay our eyes on highlights from the morning. A lot of action so far out here on Lake Eufaula on a busy showdown Saturday at the big bass capital of the world. Got a lot of shallow water hook setting going on this morning. Double D.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Really one of our first looks at Chance Woodard this morning.
Been a little quiet this morning.
Quiet. Chance was worried going out this morning. Had a 23-pound bag, biggest bag of the tournament yesterday, but really burned through a lot of bass to catch it, trying to protect his area. Brian Hatfield, little Goval action, East Tennessee boy. The David Dudley ADD award winner with a lost bass.
Well,
that stings. That stings. Oh, is that back-to-back cast? Look at that. Surprising.
That's why you don't cry over spilled milk, Dudley.
That's
you never
right.
know what'll happen.
He's just like, all right, whatever. Woolard again with one. You know, Luke, you got to think, if he's thinking in his head, did I make the right decision on leaning on those? And right now, I think that there is some major thoughts going through his head.
Yeah. I'm just blown away by the sock game of Brian Hatfield.
There's a giant.
I mean, maybe that fish is not the biggest, but the sock game is so strong, I can overlook the fact that those are very small fish.
Yeah.
Brian Hatfield, look at that. Got the calves covered up. That's the old school, man.
Yes. Now, the man with the plan today has been slinging them in all day. Oh, my gosh.
Now we are back NPFL live with the guy we want to see set the hook more than anybody, because he has posted up on a big sight fishing female right here. Jesse Millsaps on Lake Eufaula.
To stay more interested in it than what he is. We're not going to give this fish long. He's not very big.
Sounds like Jesse may have moved on from that Shamu that we saw up in the shallows.
And I think a lot of that thought was that bass was not particularly ready. She didn't have a spot, and he's thinking with no boat pressure, he doesn't think probably somebody would find it. He wants her to set up. You can guarantee he's going to come back and revisit that fish. That fish is a game changer. So if I had to guess, Luke, he's coming back to see if she sets up even stronger, giving her a little bit of time, and now he's found another one.
For a little bit or something.
certainly in an area that's got a lot of bass trying to do their thing this morning on Lake Eufaula.
But he was interested that last time, at least.
You just feel like we have seen so many big bass in the shallows with Jesse Millsaps that he could be the guy to put together a really big stringer on Showdown Saturday. But another guy that's taking a peek at him, Kansas angler Greg Mansfield, keeping them honest up there with the polarized glasses on Showdown Saturday as well.
Maybe it'll keep.
Got the David Dudley spinning rod action going.
Doubtful. Nope. But we'll measure it.
Small fish, but every fish counts. If they're over 14 inches, they get to go towards that live well. So when you're sitting less shy of a limit, every bite's important.
Every bite. We've mentioned that early in the week. And granted, this is the beginning, the inaugural event, but that fish he's putting in his live well, do you know how many points that is towards the end of the year race?
Angler of the year will be decided.
And he may be in his voice going, this is just 14, right? But Luke, you've been in that position a lot. You're kind of downplaying and giggling over a 14-incher. I know some of my Angler of the Year titles have come from one fish that I was like, yeah, he's not that important.
That one was aggressive. Bit it
Yeah.
once.
Which one of the 4 Angler of the Year titles did the 14-incher help the most in, Dudley?
Oh, gosh, probably.
By the way, Dudley said, you've been in this position. No, actually, I haven't, Dudley. Actually, I haven't. I'll just go ahead and say that's why I run my mouth about fishing, and I'm not a 4-time AOI. But I appreciate the confidence, buddy.
You've been in the position.
I've caught a lot of 14-inchers.
You've been in the position for points race, whether it's for the championship or AOI, I should have said.
That's right. Never AOI. You were stealing all the AOIs. Now over from Greg Mansfield. We want to take a look at the biggest mover and shaker of the day, local boy, Landon Tucker.
Usually first cast, and I don't know if I missed it or.
I gotta say, Luke,
it was
he could be
wind that felt like
the biggest shaker today with what he's got in his live well, right?
They seem to be chewing out here today. So we're gonna get them. I think I got a 14-inch spot I need to get rid of. Then I'll be.
We have him unofficially on our Way Live app.
It's only 10 o'clock.
NPFL.com at 14 pounds 8 ounces with a 6 pounder.
I didn't have my first keeper yesterday.
He's got one of those big heads in there.
So we're doing pretty good, I think. Hopefully. Hope everybody sitting at home or wherever you're sitting is enjoying this, because I sure am. Where'd it go? Where's my pile? Dang it. There it is. This live scope's so awesome. It's so freaking cool. I got a big one. Do what? Yeah, they came and got one earlier. Caught on spinnerbait.
Oh man. Landon Tucker playing the brush pile game, which, like we talked to the coach yesterday and Mayor Jack Tibbs, is a very, very strong pattern on Lake Eufaula year-round. man-made planted brush piles.
Where's the fat boys at? They coming? They gonna get on to me for that.
Assuming Landon's talking about some of his friends. He's talking about the crew there, the squad, I think, Dudley. He refers to them as the fat boys.
He has got the squad coming on.
Because most fishermen pray for the fat girls. So he said the fat boys, I'm thinking that's got to be his buddies.
Yeah.
Got to be some of his Georgia boys. Landon, of course, growing up within a rock's throw of Lake Eufaula. Landon's dad, J. Todd Tucker, fished years on the Bassmaster Elite Series and FLW circuits.
Again,
no, he's got to be proud right now, right?
He is. You see his neck staying down, guys, and I know you've heard it time and time again, but the forward-facing sonars is just, he's pointing that sonar towards the object he wants to throw at. He's fishing brush piles way off the bank, and again, it's a time saver.
From one local to another, we're going to get back over to Jesse Millsaps, who was really my pre-tournament pick, and he's been my pick today because he's delivering us some beautiful sight fishing footage.
He's taken his eyes to the top 10, and he'd liable to take it for the win. Been using a white jig, something that he can see and that the fish can see. White does something to fish on the bed. Watch that thing disappear. My heart's racing.
He does not like it in this place right here. Problem is, when he spins, it's got so much.
Oh my gosh!
Here I'm talking about that. Oh!
Your butt in this boat. Poof. Hold on, I'll show you. He's hooked in the mouth. In the mouth. What you think about that? Boom.
Notice Jesse Millsap showing that bass is hooked in the mouth. All sight fish on the National Professional Fishing League have to be caught inside the mouth. So there's no funny business going on. There's no snagging of bass going on in the National Professional Fishing League.
Chaos. Gotta love it.
I'm going to say that's a little bit bigger than 2 1/4, Luke.
Gotta love it. That fish went
don't
from
know.
swimming
Maybe I'm wrong.
25 yards down the bank to an area that he swum in a circle, and I found when he kept going back to the same spot, I knew that was his spot. And didn't take long after that, he was caught. So let's go see if we can catch Mr. Big over here. That's the fish we need. Enter it in my phone. I gotta put this.
You can tell Jesse is in his wheelhouse. He loves to sight fish.
Yeah.
Awesome. Whew. That was up close and personal there, wasn't it? Yeah, I was trying to stay out of your way. You're good. No.
And again, he's programming. You guys at your home, you can follow your angler that you choose to. He's entered in our Way Live app. If you go to online, you can definitely find out how to find the catches up to date.
Of course, all the weights on the Way Live app are unofficial till these fish come into Al McCullough. We bring the fish into Al in our drive-through weigh-in here at Lake Point State Park.
If I can find the right fish and get it set up right, a big one, I mean, it's going to go a long ways for today.
Here, Jesse, there saying
I'm not sure the
got
fish are going to bite us.
6 hours of fishing time
I hear
left.
boats out running now. There's a lot of pressure out right now. Lot of weekend anglers and stuff like that. I got to get me another max cent chunk. I got to dig a little bit.
So we've got, you hear Jesse talk about local pressure there. We're going to go take it over to look at a guy that has been affected by local pressure this morning. We heard him tell the story earlier. Our day 2 leader, John Sokup. We've been calling him John Hookup all week, but definitely having a slower day today
Yeah,
on
live.
Showdown Saturday.
Yeah, I was getting picked on. They didn't hear you guys harassing me yesterday. There's one.
Hello there. Y'all have a good day.
What's up? Look at that guy. Everybody loves the NPFL.
Hey, John, tell me about
everybody.
this fishing
Everybody.
before here.
Oh, he's
That guy, I
gone.
didn't catch his
Somebody
name,
already
but he
caught
seemed to
him.
be
I came in
enjoying
here.
it.
The one I caught in the shoulder yesterday, and I couldn't see him, and our old buddy said somebody else got him this morning, so that makes sense. So all I'm doing right now is just, I can't see. It's a little. I'm gonna see if I can work my way underneath this, get where somebody else hasn't been yet. Is what I'm about to do. I don't know whether I can or not. The water's too shallow. There's a log in the way. I got a feeling no one else has poked back here, so maybe I'll find a better that no one else has. Got 3 fish right now, very tiny. Not very happy with the performance. I've lost so many fish today. I've lost a lot of fish. So we gotta do better. This is the advantage right here of having Express. If I can get,
Definitely off of his game
if I can get
plan.
underneath it,
John has been,
you'll see.
showing us his expertise in this forward-facing sonar.
As long as I can get my
He is
motor, we'll be good.
really, really, really good shallow water fisherman as well. Fishes out of an Express aluminum boat. He can get up in the shallow water. That's what he's just saying there. His boat drafts really light versus a fiberglass boat, which weighs, a little bit more, and maybe he can slide under this walkway right here. John's a big boy too. He can play power forward.
Yep, but to see John this early in the day making an adjustment, we got to talk about that, Luke. We have seen him offshore, and now not only is he going shallow, he's going really
He's going for it. I hope he doesn't get stuck right there. That's going to be awkward.
Check
His
out
neck's
that
already
mobi-
hurting from the live scope this week.
This could be a $50,000 stretch right there.
It could be.
Check my mobility out on my man. Hook up.
He has surprised us all week, and I continue just to be blown away by John. That was a move that I didn't think he had in him.
He might be in that cult of CrossFit.
Now look, we're giving him a lot of credit. Let's give Phil, our camera guy out there, a little credit too. He had to get low as well.
Yeah,
with the gear on his shoulder. Yeah, man. Phil doing work with John Hookup, Soak Up this morning.
I don't see anything worth going any further for, anyways.
Going live.
Getting really our first live look this morning at Chance Woodard.
Let me know.
Who is in second place. Our biggest stringer of the event so far, Chance Woodard. Looks like he's got his plug knocker out, Dudley.
A little bit different view from where he's at. It looks like he has made a change. But big story right here, Luke. Big story. I'm hoping we're going to hear a little bit of his thoughts coming up here. And, surprised a little bit, Luke, that I haven't seen him on that hole this morning pick up a finesse style. Something slower.
Yeah, absolutely. Make a move.
I'm being honest.
It looks like he's definitely in a different area now than that hard spot we saw him catch basically every bass in Lake you fall off of yesterday.
But I'm not going to hold my bones back about that. I'm very shocked that we did not see him much pick up whether it was something slow on it. He has stuck with that crankbait, and I can't fault him, but he's in the top 10, but there's times when I feel that when you know where they're at, you got to give them a little bit different look of baits. And
could it be though that Chance, these guys are so dialed in on these electronics, that's their eyes and ears underwater basically. maybe is he not seeing the fish now?
And it could be a thing where he's seeing the fish, and we don't know. He could be seeing. They might be set off deeper, on the drop. They may be not up on the hard spot that he was originally catching them at. He's got no doubt. He's got confidence in that crankbait, but there's times you just got to swallow your pride and be like, hey, this is not working. I need to adjust. I hope that we can get a little bit of his thoughts on what he's thinking as it, we're rounding that 11 o'clock hour, and he still looks like maybe on the same hole. Hopefully he can give us a little insight on what his thoughts are.
While we break down Woodard's morning there, we're going to take a quick break to pay the bills. Hear from our great sponsors on TNPFL Live.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
That's a big one. Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Lake Point State Park Resort here on Lake Eufaula at one of the freshly renovated fisherman cabins. What they're doing right now, they are going through and renovating all of their cabins. New floors, new plumbing, new everything. You can eat off the floor. Trust me, I just did. This place wall-to-wall, treetop tall, and it is in the bass capital of the world, Lake Eufaula. So if you're out there looking to chase that dream of catching the biggest bass in the game, Lake Point State Park Resort has a cabin waiting on you.
Blue Water by TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you with some big news. The National Professional Fishing League has teamed up with LunkerText. And for the few of you out there that don't know what LunkerText is, it is an awesome platform that sends text messages to your phone with awesome deals on name brand lures, the biggest in the game. Throughout the day of 21 hours of coverage, you're going to be getting these random text messages of these awesome deals. You guys are going to be getting the best deals on the best lures out there during live streaming. All you have to do is go to lunkertext.com/NPFL and be a part of the movement where you get the biggest, baddest baits for the best prices.
Thanks to our sponsors, and thanks to Fat Cat Newton for wearing so many hats this week. Out on the water, he's doing those sponsor plugs, getting the light bill paid. The very versatile big cat.
Well, I'm actually feeling like I'm about to catch one, but
Chance Woodard on the water.
We've tried to make some adjustments today. The local pressure is hurting us pretty bad right now, which I expected it. I knew being the weekend, all the locals would be out. Yesterday afternoon late, I went in and caught a pretty good fish, 4.5 to 5 pounds up shallow in some spawning ground. And it so after I've done that, I'd had it on my mind the past 2 days. Today I wanted to get in there a little earlier and just see what I could do with it, especially once our main school out there was gone and we pulled in. And I don't know if there's been any footage of it go to y'all yet or not, but the carp rolled in, and I mean, when I say they trashed it, they turned it upside down. And I just know better to even hang around. It must be crappie or something. That's like the second or third one. But anyway, so, and it's like, wasn't one little spot. I mean, I'm talking about the whole area. It looked like somebody just went in there on a jet ski and did donuts. It was awful. And so we abandoned ship there. Now we're back out here just kind of running around. Where we're at right now is actually where I caught my best 2 fish on day 1 before, or not before, after I left the big school up there and late in the day. And I've caught some key fish late in the day, but of course you feel a lot better going into it when you got 15 pounds in the boat, you know, to go get those better bites. But we've still got a lot of fishing left, and I'm still saying by the time it's over, I'm gonna run into them. I just feel it. And we've caught some bad breaks today, but I just don't feel out of it, and I don't feel like we're you know, getting not having them on that offshore spot. I knew was a big reality. And when I left it yesterday, I looked at it real good, and they were there. They were still there. And now, if I knew they'd bite or not, but I really, to pull in there today, and when I say there was very few. I mean, very, very few. And I think we caught 1 short fish, and that was the only bite we got on it. I even tried slowing down just a little bit, but being that, man, these electronics, there wasn't no point in slowing down because they wasn't there. And we're gonna keep moving. Don't count us out yet. We're gonna stay moving. Still got a couple more areas that we ain't been to yet, and we're gonna be back on the big school at some point today too. I still think there's a shot that we pull up on the right time and deal there. But y'all stay tuned.
Yep. Right now?
Good stuff. Chance Woodard there, kind of breaking down his morning so far, a little tougher than he wants it to be. But we are with Mr. Luis Fernandez, who looks like he is sneaking up on one right now. NPFL Live. This has been frogging, flipping, chatterbaiting all week. He says if you ever catch him in over 5 feet of water, he is lost. This is the California Delta.
Freaking giant.
My man fishes with such intensity.
He loves life, man.
He says giant. We need that for a replay. Giant.
So Dudley, when we first got on Lewis here, he had a fish. He had just had a fish blow up on his frog. He says a giant. What we've got him now is power pulled down. And what are you taking from, you know, what you're seeing Lewis do here?
again, once you, it's not like that fish it is going to leave that whole mat. That's his home. That's his. Now he may have went down the hallway to, the living room.
It's hard for them fish to get through these mats, Damn, that was a good one.
But what he's doing, he knows that fish is still in that area, and he's going to try to pinpoint and work that whole house. I'm going to call it a house, and see if he can figure out where that bass went to.
Where the kitchen's at.
Where the kitchen's at. That bass has went down the hallway into the kitchen, maybe in the bathroom. I don't know where.
Maybe take a little break.
Yeah, might be dumping some stuff out. I don't know what that bass is doing, but he is definitely going to try to find that bass. It's not like open water. If you miss one in open water, Luke, you've experienced it. That bass can go 360 degrees. This bass is a resident, and I think he is going to try to find it.
Some live action from our man Joe Discerny, who, as the day drug on yesterday, he went shallow. Looks like he's right back there again today, dropping another keeper in the box. Looks like appears to be this.
And of course, this is our first look at him at the bank. Here's his move, where he called
chess game that you like to refer to.
Yes, and he referred to culling 3 times or catching 3 of his weigh-in fish yesterday when he went to the bank.
No, he's bigger than that other one. I mean, they're both little, but this
not a bad call.
Nice little upgrade.
Gonna go see while we were checking in with Lewis, and as he was looking in the Bass's house, we're gonna check out the replay here of Joe Discerny.
Yeah.
Who gave me a shout out yesterday, so he gets all my love.
That's right.
He'll call, I think. Yeah, that should get rid of one of those little spotted bass.
Oh, he looks like he's swim jigging a little bit.
Yep, for sure.
If it's big enough.
Don't know if he was swimming it or working it.
What do you mean by working it slow? Just
working it
steady?
down. Yes, letting it crawl along the bottom. We've seen Gaston working a swim jig, swimming it, but I think that's a lot steeper bank, so I think he was actually flipping a jig or working it.
I'm seeing Joe drop him in the box, and we're seeing Lewis trying to get in the house.
He just needs to figure out where the bathroom's at. She just wanted to go to the bathroom.
I'll let you know.
Okay. I didn't see that lamb. It's hard to see those little branches that stick out, man.
Nope, they're not coming us now.
They're not?
Nope. They kind of give
So
me a
we
heads
are
up that they're going to, and then if something else is going on.
Patiently waiting
So you could hear
for Luis Fernandez to swing up here in the shallow vegetation. And, man, he's covered a lot of water in the last 3 days. Talking to Lewis, he's covered a lot of new water. He loves to power fish. Of course, we've seen him catch a carp this morning, a mudfish, having a grand slam on the big bass capital of the world today.
Yes, he has been wide open the first 2 days, and just looking at the boxes, Luke, the viewers can't see everything that we can see behind the studio, but we're getting a good look at what all 10 anglers are doing. And what do you think? You're seeing a big move pretty much from everybody. I mean, it's what their game has been. We're getting down to the final hours of the showdown Saturday, and are you seeing their collar get a little bit tighter? Are you
it's
is
tense.
Suck Up? Do you feel Suck Up is feeling the grasp of this trophy slipping away? I mean, what do you think is going through most of these anglers' minds?
I think that, I talked to Chance Woodard yesterday. He was a ball of nerves, both excitement and anxiety a little bit,
Oh, that's
this
another
is a big opportunity for all these guys.
Oh, come here,
Live
baby.
with Landon Tucker, who's
Come here.
our big mover of the day.
This is
Yes!
Oh gosh.
Let's go, Landon.
Oh
Yes!
gosh. Bam.
Oh man! Look at that. She choked it. Oh God! I can't even get it out.
Absolutely choked it.
Skinny though.
Post spawner does it.
I thinking so. Skinny.
That famous Eufaula brush pile bite.
Eric Self, that one was on your jig, buddy.
Post in the same tree.
I ran out of clays. Oh, that's a good call. That's a good call right there.
Landon throwing out the shout outs to his buds. So much fun watching.
Thank you.
Like it's a homemade jig. I want him to put it up to the screen.
Yeah, we want to see that Eric Self jig.
Got fans all over the place.
313.
That's why we
That's
see
18
the
pounds
emotion of
now.
These guys, they're so much behind every single one of these
Let's
anglers
go.
as far as
13.
There we go.
Now
Just
let's
shy of 4 pounds, man.
Luke, where was he at? I don't remember. Where was
Landon started the day in 7th place.
7th, and that is a 6.
All right, so
Let's
who's
just call it
going
a 4. That's
Unofficially,
10.
before this
God,
catch, he was at
goodness.
5 that weighed 14.9. Unofficially in 3rd
So let's
place
see
on the
what
way
he's
from the way live out.
So how far was he behind the leader?
Pulling out those
You
TH
gotta go
Marine
next.
Good gosh.
conservation coals.
I'm going to say he's a little bit broad, north of 14 with what he's got
Yeah, I'd
right
say
there.
we're over 14 now, and he's 5 pounds back unofficially from David Gaston, 1 pound back from John Sokup.
Need your name tag back now.
Is that 1 pound back without this call?
Without this call. So I think we're going to see Landon move up.
Oh. There's another 3-pounder.
Wow.
Golly. Maybe there's another one in here. Maybe there's a 6. I mean, that'd be cool.
Yeah. High 3. 313.
Hey, how y'all doing? Ow.
The story of the day right there over his shoulder too. You see the boat run by. Lots of local pressure. Busy showdown Saturday on Lake Eufaula. And as we take a look at our top 10 anglers on the unofficial leaderboard, will become official 3 p.m. Lake Point State Park, the drive-through weigh-in. But we've got David Gaston right now unofficially in first
I
place.
haven't hit this pile all
John
week.
Sokup in second.
I caught a
Landon Tucker in
caught
third.
one
Joe
cold,
DeCerny,
smallest one.
Luis Fernandez, Chance
caught that
Woodard,
one that called that
Mark Schilling, Brandon Perkins, and Mark Schilling. New names in our top 10 that have moved in today on Showdown Saturday. Nick Provanizek, Jesse Millsaps rounding out your top 10, and lots of moving and shaking throughout the board. Of course, top 10 is going to make big money today, but all the way down to 36th place, these guys are fighting for a $9,000 check down there at 36. And as Fat Cat said earlier, 36 you get $9 grand, 37 you get to go home, and your wife's probably going to yell at you for fishing all week. So
she's not going to be too happy with you.
37th place guy going to have a long drive home. Back on landing, and we saw him set the hook there, Dudley.
A lot of these brush piles have the potential to hold school, but Luke, I'm going to ask you, in your experience with fishing, like you grew up in the brush pile region of this United States, have you ever just come upon a school like with 30 bass in it, or is it a single 2 bass brush pile? Or
I feel like they definitely have a maximum occupancy. They're like a hotel. You know, you can only put so many bass in one brush pile. It's like when we fish river ledges and things like these bars, like we saw Chance Woodard on. The potential's there for what we call a mega school, tons of fish. But brush piles, I'm thinking 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of these you follow locals, I'm sure, could tell us a lot better. But I think that that realistic chance of catching 10 out of one brush pile is probably not that great.
I couldn't agree more. It's typically, to me, even though that pile may have 5 in it, you're only going to probably trigger 2 of them.
Yeah, trick them into biting.
Trick them into biting. It's not a brush pile that you can pull up and just – brush pile fishing to me is more of single, maybe 2. Leave it alone now. We know we could leave it alone and come back, but it's more of not a numbers game on the brush pile. So pretty obvious, Luke, the more piles you have, the better,
absolutely. It's a
better
numbers
chance
game,
you're going to have.
And the 2 guys that have been playing the numbers game today, the best, Landon Tucker and our unofficial leader, David Gaston, Mr. Alabama himself, the Nick Saban of the swim jig, for 3 days, making moves. Showdown Saturday.
He has been making
going live.
the move all day. And we've seen him throw back. I don't know how many fish that haven't even made it on live, behind the scenes studio. So again, I can't stress enough. Any second I feel David is just going to stroke a big one. Like he is, you cannot swing that many times and not get a giant. And he,
one more bite. I'll be okay.
He's definitely utilizing what looks like the sapphire blue color.
Really stands out.
Right. Sapphire blue in muddy water is a very good color.
Get a big bite. Another big bite. I got to find a little cove.
These areas look so
Mapping on this sucks.
Looks like you're going to get it. Yesterday we saw him
ride around.
Most of his damage on the swim jig.
See something
We
you
also
like.
saw some
Hope you
street
get in
sea
there.
shark action, buzz frog action yesterday. Well, from one leader to another, I think we're going to go check in with our day 2 leader, John Sokup, Sean Hookup. Having a tough day, man. We're getting some reports, though, that things could be turning around for him out there on Lake Eufaula.
Back out. We saw him looking for him, and he went straight back out to what got him.
Yeah, dancing with the one that brought him now. He's back with the live scope. Sometimes, Dudley, you got to calm the nerves. Had a little run in this morning, had a local kind of ease in on his spot. And now, he's still unofficially second place. And he had a, 1 pound lead, a little more than 1 pound lead over Chance Woodard and a 7 pound lead over David Gaston. So he's, it really, at this point, there we go. Hook up. John Sokup.
I'm just so used to small ones today. I'm just so used to small ones. He a big one. He a big one today. Oh. You guys, I guess I gotta stick with the pattern. He ain't, dang, dude. I mean, just low in the pile. Low. They're hanging low today, man. This jig fisherman, it's probably their day. Probably the jig fisherman's day, the cranker's day.
John talking about how.
But Hey,
Basically,
man,
what we're seeing with Landon Tucker, he's throwing a jig in these piles. John has utilized this Spro jerkbait all week, but he's saying it could be those draggers day.
They're all on the small side today. They're all on the small side. Oh wait, we almost had a 2-pounder. We almost have a 2-pounder. 180.
Fish number 4.
I'm happy to have it.
John Soak.
Isn't it right off the bat, man? I had to work the thing. We're gonna have to put that thing on the big side. I know they're small, but you still want to take care of your fish. Even if you get a small one in that you cull later, if he dies, you're in
John
trouble.
really breaking down what he's doing. You see right here, taking care of his fish. Fish care is our top priority.
So,
that's why we utilize things like ice to cool the live well down. We're using TH Marine G Juice to bring these bass to Al McCullough at the drive-through weigh-in alive and kicking. While John is taking care of his bass, we're going to take care of the bills right now with a quick commercial break, and Dudley and I are going to rest our voices after 3 days of amazing coverage on TNPFL Live.
that's a big one. Go back, see if we can get number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because we need to cull every single one.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Hey there, fishing world, Woodshaking Fat Cat Newton coming at you with some big news. The National Professional Fishing League has teamed up with LunkerText. And for the few of you out there that don't know what LunkerText is, it is an awesome platform that sends text messages to your phone with awesome deals on name brand lures, the biggest in the game. Throughout the day of 21 hours of coverage, you're going to be getting these random text messages of these awesome deals. You guys are going to be getting the best deals on the best lures out there during live streaming. All you have to do is go to lunkertext.com/NPFL and be a part of the movement where you get the biggest, baddest baits for the
Like
best
literally
prices.
under the canopy. Where my jig's falling, he's like right behind my jig. I'm trying to make a window. This is crazy. I don't think I've ever had to punch to get to one. He literally blowed my jig a foot from the bed when I went in there. He gonna eat it. Just don't know how big he is. He looks about like the last one I caught, because you know how small that fish looked? That's about what this one looks like. I mean, heck, I'm about on top of it. lake.
I can totally see the jig. I cannot see the fish.
He's like tucked under the mat. He's like,
It's kind of dark under the grass.
I was late again. He's a little deeper than. Come up here with me and you can see him. Come on. Watch my jig right here. Watch it fall. Fall right, see him mouth it. He's laying right there behind my jig. He just, I don't know if it's just where he's too small. I want to make him move. If I could make him move, that's when he'll react and eat. I can't really get, stole my pincher. Got one of my, no he didn't. He hit it then. You see the fish now?
I don't. It's so crazy. Let me adjust my polarizer here. Maybe
I just made him do a big circle. You didn't see that?
I was adjusting the lens.
Okay. He's getting pissed. He's fixing to get caught. Plus, I'm making the hole bigger. He is diving at it every time. Really, fish? Can we not just get this over with? He is mouthing it like every flip. You spotted him yet?
I have not. I don't know if it's because the bottom's a little darker here.
Could be.
There's no contrast between the bottom and his back.
Yeah, because he's in a dark hole.
So I can totally see your craw right there.
He's,
Crystal clear.
he's laying right behind the craw. Right. I dropped on his head. He kind of went over here and hid behind this other stuff. I need him to move back. I don't know if it's just
Really deep little creek.
We are live.
That one don't do nothing. Something they do is make a mess. See, that's a bigger fish. A little bit, a lot deeper in here. Get to the back of this. nice and flip. Really much to it. Fish right there wasn't it? He wasn't a big one. You know, I caught them on logs. I ain't caught them on that tree top. Nice little brush pile.
All right, folks, here we are. We left the Ditch Witch and we put the hammer down southbound. Came down here to Palula Creek looking for Paul Browning. Paul Browning started day 3 of this event, man. Hey, he's in top 10 right now. I'm getting worked up, man. He's one of the guys that was on our round table. Super nice guy, great guy. Looks a little bit like Luke Bryant. He's got a thing like when he sets the hook now, he calls it the Luke Bryant shuffle. Anyways, I'm getting crazy. Talking to him, man, when he come down here, we didn't see him do anything, but he said this morning he pulled up on his first spot. His first spot was a brush pile in about 16 foot of water, throwing a slither rig. He said he put 15 pounds in the live well in no time, throwing that slither rig on that brush pile, set about 16 foot out. He said, but it was weird. When he would throw it out there, they weren't eating it down low or around, dragging it on the brush pile. He had to be they were eating around 12 foot of water, so they were suspended off of it. And a couple other guys I've talked to today said that the fish weren't really relating to the structure. We talked to Looney earlier. He was even saying with the grass, he was looking for sparse grass. And when he would get to those isolated patches of grass, the fish weren't necessarily relating to the grass itself. They were more off of the grass. So it sounds like that's kind of what Paul's talking about too. Anyways, we get in here and he's throwing a frog on cypress trees. He said that's what he's doing. He said he has his 15 pounds in the bag. He's going head hunting now. He's going to go out there looking for a big belly Kelly, throwing that big bite frog. He said he loves the big bite frog. He said probably today he's going to live and die by that frog bite. If the frog bite doesn't hit on much, he has one spot with some clear water and some docks. He's going to throw that mag draft. He said, man, I feel it. I know what's coming. He said, I just wish day 1 would have went better, but that's kind of how it goes for me. That's what Paul said. He's over there now, and you can see over my shoulder the locals. That local pressure, I'm telling you, is going to play a big factor in this tournament. This whole bay, stumps big around as the front of that boat, big as my belly. He's over there hammering up, man. He's in such a good mood now. The energy is high. Like I say, at first, when I talked to him yesterday, he said, hey, man, all you got to do is make a little move. You can get to that 36 spot and get that $9,000 check. He wasn't listening to me. He come out here and swung for the fences. He's going for that number 1 spot, and he might do it. Fat Cat Newton, we're going to go right around, get him on film if I can get words out of my mouth. I'm still... The dude's a machine. Fat Cat Newton, NPFL, inaugural event here in Lake Eufaula, Alabama. I need to get my life right. And I might go fishing myself. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm spun out. I know he's going to, we're missing. We're going to go over there and watch him catch one. Be back to y'all soon. Fat Cat Newton, NPFL, inaugural event. Eufaula, Alabama. I'm just paying more attention to him than I am my job.
Go from the big climber and the big cat, Mr. Paul Browning, making a climb up the leaderboard on Eufaula. And I just want to say, before we take a look at our unofficial leader, David Gaston, right here, that I think Fat Cat, he said he's got to get his life right. He does have his life right. He's out there getting a suntan today.
Yes, he's
out there directing traffic, looking like too, in that pocket he was in.
You never know where he's going with anything that comes out of his mouth. That's why we love us some Fat Cat. So entertaining. Luke, I'm gonna say we're watching this game unfold, right? And I believe this is a game. Looking at the leaderboard, right? Looking at the leaderboard, Sukup is struggling a little bit, but he only has 4 in the box.
4 bass before our last
4
break. Yeah.
back. So we're only looking at a 4-pound spread. And we've seen how many 4-pounders come in the box?
That's right. With him alone, yeah.
Right.
20-pound average. He's basically weighed 5 4-pounders a day.
Fairly early in the day, right? I'm just about at the midway point. Do you think John's got something he's still saving in his back pocket, or is he going to try to milk out the areas that he's in?
You know, John says he has over 20 brush piles that had fish in on 20 areas. And I think that as the day plays on, you know, man, we're going to see what happens with John. I think it could get a lot better for him. He's just got to settle back down, do what he's been doing, and I think John's going to be one to beat come this afternoon in PFL Live. But so far, we've had a lot of action this morning. We'll take a look at that. The sweet TNPFL highlights.
Got him good, and finally. Thank you, Lord. Please stay hooked up today. I need one to stay hooked up. He's not a good one. I'm just so used to small ones.
I believe this is a look at John Sokup's 4th fish.
And a good one for him this morning. That could be the momentum he needs.
I don't think.
Nick with a sight fish. I'm going to assume it was I see something white on, so I'm going to assume.
Well, and he's got the pole stuck in the mud up there in that Lake Eufaula dirt.
And
our man.
Oh, that's a big
He's
one.
a sleeper, but
Oh, that's a big one.
putting some giants in the live
Oh,
well
that's another big
today. And if he keeps his pace up, he was a far back, but I'm not going to rule him out, Luke. I'm not putting him out of the picture yet. He landed in with a couple of those brush pile giants. He could be right there on top of the leaderboard before you could blink an eye. Definitely motivated. Now we got the eyes, the game of using your eyes to catch them, and Jesse is putting that perfection to work. But our leader who's been reeling them in over dirt, through the dirt, every bass he's got dirt in his mouth, his gills, his everything else. Is he going to hold on to this top? He is definitely in some muddier water, taking that swim jig and swimming it through every
Lots of people loving it.
Yes.
Like you follow today.
Big fans of the NPFL out there supporting this league.
Back over to our man, Joe DeCerny, who is back on that shallow water grind.
Yeah.
Joe had been cranking those hard spots. Day one catches 18 pounds very fast yesterday. Starts off slow, and in the afternoon turned it around with 2 big flipping bites, focusing on these hyacinths. Told me he was definitely going to do that a lot more today. So not quite as fast and furious as the offshore bite, Dudley, but there's quality in the shallows. It just takes a little bit longer to accumulate the weight that we've seen some of the offshore guys do very fast. We got John Sokup yesterday catching them 2 at a time. He had 3 doubles. Chance Woodard catching every bass in Eufaula, cast after cast after cast after cast.
What do you think that tells you, though? Like, do you think they made a big move last night? Do you think – I mean, we're looking at the offshore boys struggling, and we've been saying all week, the move, they're going to move, they're going to move, they're going to move. Did that happen last night? Do you feel that they've left the offshore boys?
It certainly feels that way. Are they in between the bank and where the offshore guys
I'm
are
going to
at?
throw something at you, Luke. Let's look at what Landon has caught today. Landon's fish have been narrow and skinny.
Yes, they have.
Have they not? Right?
Have the look of a post-spawn bass.
Has the pre-spawners moved in and the only ones left out are the lethargic post-spawn bass who aren't really ready to bite yet? Could it be that? Could it be?
Could be.
All
Could
right.
be.
Okay. I'm going to say
regardless, we are all fortunate to get to watch Showdown Saturday go down on NPFL Live.
I'm going to say that the wave has moved.
And a guy that was a big mover and shaker yesterday, Chance Woodard, having a tougher day today for sure.
They know
Let's
exactly
check
what I'm
in with
talking about.
Chance
I would
and
think.
see what's going on out on Lake Eufaula.
You want to cast back here? You want me to get out of the way?
No, you're good. I'm.
Looks like Chance did make an adjustment. He's dragging now instead of cranking.
God bless God. That was a good one too. And you just.
Oh no.
See, that's the exact stuff I'm talking about. That's like the third
Not real
one
sure what
I
happened there,
missed.
Dudley.
And
It looked like he set the hook in the line, got
we
wrapped around
gotta
the
get
power
back in there
poles,
and get
maybe.
him. Dang it. Well, I didn't know what in the heck. I had my
Not
rod.
sure
I
what-
think I slapped my trolling motor. Honestly.
Started the day out second place, our biggest stringer of the tournament. It's just miscues
Nah,
like
me
that,
and my
Dudley, on
dad
championship day that can,
and my brother.
can definitely cost you.
Yes.
Final day of the event.
Some of my buddies.
It
I've
not-
grown up.
it's-
I mean, I've
and really,
always
I
been
don't-
the one to like to run the boat, fishing team tournaments and stuff, and I'm used to them usually sitting where you are, but they got a 7.5-foot rod sticking up in there, and I'm still chunking off the back. It's just crazy that yesterday the wind was blowing from the south, and then today it's more out of the north. And here we needed to be on the north side.
Chance has really slowed
Yesterday we
down.
needed to be on the south
Dragging
side.
that Carolina
So
rig
we've
instead
just
of that
kinda
5XD,
played it this
6XD
way.
Strike King crankbait that he's been fishing.
Man, I wish I would have just
Talking
that
about
was- and that
different
last one was
casting
a
angles
missed
due to the
fish, and
wind on the
that's
salt
me.
shore
That's-
spot. It's all about boat positioning
I
and
don't
making
know
the
what
right
I was
cast.
even- I guess I was just talking. I don't know what I was doing, but I was not prepared for it. I set the hook, and I think I swung slack line for 95% of my hook set.
The Way Live app right now.
You can't do that out here.
Showing Chance sitting on 0.
We're looking at that missed fish for today. Let's get real. That missed fish is not just for today, but for the year. When
That's
you're
right.
sitting on 0, that one fish could get 15 more extra points on average, right? And that's a bad sting, right?
Absolutely right. Top 25 at the end of the year, going to fish our NPFL championship. Location to be announced. Of course, all points are totaled towards a Angler of the Year, which is one of the hardest titles to earn in bass fishing, even though David Dudley makes it look like he just wakes up in the morning, puts his pants on, and wins Angler of the Year.
Right. Look.
4-time AOY.
Looking at the weight tracker.
Any surprises there?
I'm looking again at Landon Tucker. It just keeps ticking in my ear. My man, one big fish away from winning this tournament.
No doubt about it.
John, sitting on 4. He's still.
Look at Landon Tucker, local hometown favorite. Landon, break it down right now.
Oh.
Now he got his. Shout out to all these NPFL camera guys making our guys look really, really good.
Yes.
We all have wardrobe mishaps every now and then, and Landon's having a big morning.
My bad.
Landon Untucker. Look at Kansas.
Y'all chill out. I'm going to leave in a minute. Quit your honking.
I think we're going to get another Kansas pro, Greg Mansfield. Greg Mansfield hooked up on that spinning rod. Fishing, looks like he's back out in the brush piles. Mansfield told me after practice he had several brush piles found, but was really planning on working that sight fish game way more than the brush piles. Felt like the fish were leaving, but yesterday and again today we're seeing him really run a mix of both.
Yep, bouncing back and forth. I think it's very valuable this time of year. You have to be versatile when the fish just start moving. And wow, that's a mover right there.
Mansfield unofficially before this fish on the Way Live app was in 11th place.
That's
a nice call.
Put you over here, darling, because you ain't going nowhere.
Kansas pro.
You got to go.
Great call.
I've seen like 6 or 7 like that swimming around up there too. If I can get a few of them to bite here, get a good bag.
Mansfield with the drop shot out in the brush piles.
He's my man's so dialed in, he knows it's a 5-pounder by looking at his forward imaging. That's impressive.
Well, you know, once you stare at that live scope enough, you can kind of tell the size of these fish. I'm talking to John Sokup, that's definitely the case.
You see a brush pile out there, and there's a bass, 2 bass sitting right on top of it. Let's throw right at it.
Going to take a look at 3rd place pro Nick Provanizak coming in, shallow water, absolute power fishing guru this week on Lake Eufaula. Nick Provanizak set up on what looks to be another bedding fish, Dudley.
Yep. He is an incredible sight fisherman, just a well-rounded fisherman, of course, and he's been using his eyes some. I talked to him yesterday. He had a 3-pounder that towards the end of the day he was wanting to save, and he went and caught that one to finish out his limit yesterday. So I think there's enough fish moving up shallow that I think he could, continue to find new ones.
Looks like You know, you see a little false bite there, maybe a fish trying to move the bait. Nicks at the hook a little bit.
Oh, that fish is fired up. This
is at every cast
yes,
now, right?
Like it is just a matter of time before this happens.
It's going with the white soft plastic, Dudley, on a spinning rod?
Right. It's like Did you see him give that little twitch? Guaranteed that bass mouth, hit it and spit it out. Oh, it's over. All right, Luke. This cast, I'm predicting this cast.
You are just always out here trying to be a prophet. And I'm going to be honest with you, you weren't on that one.
I was wrong.
Should have made a bet.
Right. I'm going to read my palm this time. 2 more casts.
Okay, well, there's one.
No, starts right here. 1.
You're like my kids. You get a do-over?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll be honest with you, you nailed it.
I need to read my palms more.
Nice fish. Nick Bravanazak hooked up. Just that line singing.
Yeah. There's nothing better than that.
Male or female right there, Dudley?
Oh, no doubt. Male. And that's a big male, too. Nice male. Using his eyes, typically in sight fishing, guys, you're not going to catch many fish because you can see what you want and how you want.
Like going to the grocery store.
Yep.
Speaking of going to the grocery store, we need to have money to do that. So we're going to pay the bills right now with a little bit of commercial action. We'll be back in a little bit with more NPFL Live.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
That's a big one. Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Dude coming at you from Lake Point State Park Resort here on Lake Eufaula at one of the freshly renovated fisherman cabins. What they're doing right now, they are going through and renovating all of their cabins. New floors, new plumbing, new everything. You can eat off the floor. Trust me, I just did. This place wall-to-wall, treetop tall, and it is in the bass capital of the world, Lake Eufaula. So if you're out there looking to chase that dream of catching the biggest bass in the game, Lake Point State Park Resort has a cabin waiting on you.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Well, that was nice.
Live from the big bass capital of the world, Eufaula, Alabama, Jesse Millsaps. Jesse working that same sight fish program, Dudley, that we've seen him run with since early this morning, and really has came across some big fish. He hasn't been able to capitalize on some of the giants he's seen swimming in the shallows.
I'm going to guess with him, anything he parks on is probably going to be 3 and better. Wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
He's not. I don't feel this late in the game him stopping on a 2-pounder or I think if we see him park up the rest of the day, and you got to, guys, when you're out there faced with this situation, you're on the final day here. You got to be real with yourself. He's already got great points for Angler of the Year. He's already got quite a few fish in the live well, and you have to make a decision. Is a 2-pounder really worth it? You're looking at the paychecks. You got an incredible paycheck with first place paying $50,000. Do you take a gamble? And
don't want to play fair
when you're
today,
using
do
your eyes, let me rephrase. He's
they
able
don't
to
wanna
go
play
around
fair
and
today,
see
do they?
actually what he's going to catch. I'm going to say you
caught him today?
He is looking for the ones that are going to be the movers and shakers.
He has
He's
good
not
ones.
going to stop on something. He saw that, as you can see, he's still
It's
moving.
tough. I got 4 looking for.
And
the
I
fifth
think
one.
he's realizes that fish is not going to do him as good as a 5-pounder or a 6-pounder would do.
Yeah, I
He's got
one of them
plenty
myself.
of time to find number 5.
Good luck to you.
Jesse looks like making a little move. Got Joe DeCerny, and I'll be honest with you, Dudley looks like the same area where I got the shout out yesterday.
I'm gonna have
He just caught a short one there right as we joined Joe, Ohio angler, who was in 2nd place after day 1. Was in 6th place yesterday. He's been just hanging around this top 10 all week. Small limit in the boat. We have him unofficially on the Way Live leaderboard in 4th place with a small limit. Of course, everything is unofficial until that drive-through weigh-in, 3 p.m., Lake Point State Park, Eufaula, Alabama. We want to thank the city of Eufaula for having us here for the inaugural National Professional Fishing League event. Definitely a week that all of us involved here will not forget.
History is being
There's
made.
no doubt about it
today.
And a guy that is trying to make history today, John Sokup, having a tougher day so far,
but still
hanging around. He's not going away.
He had a good lead from 3rd on down. Right,
Absolutely.
It was tight in the second.
Getting a look at John Hookup, Sokup right now, using that live scope. Just like the last 2 days, Dudley, there he is, hooked up. Four fish in the box coming up to this. This would make his limit bass.
Oh, man. Why can't they all be sideways in the mouth like that, right?
I've seen him throw a
Oh,
variety
a little
of
2-pounder.
of jerkbaits.
Hey,
He said he started the day.
we got 5 alive.
Day 1 with 4 different
So
jerkbaits on the deck, John.
we've got what you call a poor man's start. I guess he said blessed is the poor, so that's what we're going to start with. A poor man's start and work our way up, man. Take a little 175 action over a 0. Hey, oh man, it's just fishing. It's just fishing.
There's the laugh is back, Dudley.
Yes.
167. Well, good fish.
John going through the process.
All under.
Going through the struggle.
We might have one
today,
2-pounder.
Sticking
So
with
struggle
that
bus.
live scope program.
We got 5.
Hoping it brings him this beautiful trophy at
Started out, they all on the small side.
$50,000.
And at least we're getting bit, but man, it is not the same world. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments by the end of the day. But I'm pretty stubborn, man. I've been catching them so good. I think I'm gonna have to keep on running and just run more and more of my same spots and just move through. And you know, where I started this morning, I saw a bunch of 3s. So I'm gonna fish through this next little 100 yards, and we're gonna go back there, see if my buddies are flogging my brush pile or if I'm gonna have it to myself.
Okay, he just laid up there hanging out. I hope he don't. I mean,
So,
if he goes in,
John dealing with some local pressure. Some of our other guys are dealing with the infamous Eufaula locals right here.
Wow.
The Gators.
I don't think I'm ever going to swim in Lake Eufaula.
Not really a skiing destination, water skiing destination. Inner tubing.
Yeah.
He looks sleepy though. He
Yes.
looks very tired. Back over to Nick Provanizak,
Can I get an update?
who's looks to be working his
Yeah,
sight fish program again, Dudley.
He is
A lot of
definitely
empty
looking
beds
for
over
him.
here. Looks like a lot of them been
Back in the
picked
clear
off.
water.
Mm-hmm.
I only got 2 right now, and but most of my fish been coming in the afternoon. There's still several other ones just swimming around I can see, but just trying to get a few in the box real quick so I can maybe throw this frog around in the afternoon.
That frog yesterday was what we saw do a lot of the damage in that 18-pound bag that Provanizak weighed in. It was definitely the frog that bailed him out late in the day. Of course, you know, we're coming up on the 11:30 time frame here, and yesterday we went off air at 2, and Nick made a couple really crucial catches after we went off live. Today we go off live at 1 p.m., so another hour and a half of live coverage, and we could definitely miss some of this afternoon bite that we've been getting a peek at the first 2 days. So we'll have to see it all play out at that 3 p.m. live weigh-in, Al McCullough. See how this all shakes out. 36 guys going home with fatter wallets.
Luke, question. Luke always looks at me when I say question. He's like, uh-oh.
It does make me a little nervous, I'm not going to lie.
What's going to come out of Dudley's mouth? Question, Luke. We have had weather just increase every day. Warmer and warmer.
More
and
stable.
Stable
Yeah.
temperature zones. We saw day 1, good afternoon bite. We saw day 2 start an afternoon bite a little bit earlier. And we just heard Nick say, look, you know, he's got that frog program happening in the afternoon. Would you go to the frog program a little bit earlier?
Just not put it down.
Yeah, like, you know, I can see early in the week, in the afternoon when the water temperature got up to, but we have been getting steady pressure, you know, warmer weather for 3 days in a row. Would you maybe attempt that frog bite a little bit earlier? Or, you know, he's in the final round. Nick is there, but I would almost say that topwater frog bite might be there at earlier stages.
Well, you know, you've said all week, Eufaula's not a lake you get a lot of bites on.
Nope.
Not going to get a lot of bites. We haven't seen Nick catch a limit on the frog. He has caught every time he swings, it's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, he's only sitting on 2 fish right now. So I think maybe he's trying to, you know, ease his mind, put some fish in the box
Points?
before he
You
just
think he's
thinking
thinking
for points. or just trying to make himself, give him a little bit of something to stand on when he goes to throw that frog, knowing, hey, I've only got to get 2 bites. I've only got to get 1 more bite. But because
true that.
Realistically, could we see him catch 5 on the frog? Yes. But have we so far? No.
No.
And that's probably what he's thinking in that situation.
You know, I can see, let's just say the magic number in lakes that you go to, there's certain temperature zones that allow certain techniques to happen. Let's just say 64 degrees is the magical number when the fish start biting in on the frog. Well, the weather, just say if the 64-degree mark is at 10 o'clock this morning, why not?
Absolutely.
Why not throw? But
I get what you're saying for sure. We keep hearing about this afternoon bite, the afternoon push. When does that turn into an all-day bite?
Right. That's pretty much what I'm getting at. And man, this game is such a incredible sport, man. It's like there's so much happening.
So much decision making.
It is.
It's a physical game, but it's also very, very mental.
Yes. I know I relate to chess a lot. In chess, after 3 moves, there are 3 billion games that can be played. 3 billion games, and I didn't mistake billion for million. And I think in fishing, of course, I don't know, it's not in a billion, but once you decide and move around this lake and try a little bit of this, the possible games that open up is just incredible. And it's so funny, Luke, when you come back to a weigh-in, right? And we go, man, Luke, I was throwing a June bug lizard today, and that's the only thing I could get on the bite. And yet somebody else was playing a game, and they're swearing their boat and life away that they couldn't get bit on a June bug, but they were catching them on green pumpkin. And it's so cool to see how many games are played out there that you don't even know about until you get back to the weigh-in. Familiar look right here, Luke. Who was set up on this fish? Who earlier in the day, I want to say...
Was this somewhere that we've seen Millsaps?
No, I don't think it was Millsaps, but it's the exact same. He was set up on this fish and he didn't catch it. I know this. I know exactly where he's at. Yes, and this is where I was fishing 9 days ago when I saw, and I remember seeing a fish exactly where he's at. And remember yesterday I told you? I said, look, I remember seeing.
You got excited.
I did, because I remember seeing a bed, but whoever that was yesterday, and here's Nick.
That's right.
Fishing for that same fish.
Might have been Mansfield yesterday.
Maybe it was.
Craig
Yes, it was. Absolutely was. So we got a little game going on. Who's more skilled at the...
Speaking of Greg Mansfield, we're going to take it back to the Kansas angler working his brush pile program. Get a little update. Mansfield hooked up on the spinning rod once again in the brush piles. It's hanging around that top 10 all week.
Number-wise, Mansfield has been right tight. Like nothing. If he keeps setting a hook like this, he's going to land in one of those Eufaula. I think that's looking like a spotted, maybe.
We're going to weigh them all right now. Let me get this over with.
Speaking of movers and shakers, Dan Blacker with Fisherman Central was down in the standings, and he has bumped up unofficially in 33rd place. He's sitting on 13 pounds, a hell of a bag today, as tough as it seems to be.
Absolutely.
Bumping into that $9,000 check range.
The beautiful thing about Lake Eufaula and the city of Eufaula is when the fishing slows down a little bit, like it has right now, just a little bit, you can also go down to Phil's Barbecue and get you some barbecue. And I think we're going to take a look at when they let you and I and the big cat loose and Phil's
All right,
Barbecue.
folks, here
Best
we are.
barbecue
You
sauce in
follow
Alabama.
As many
Absolutely.
of you know, this place is known for having the biggest bass in the world. What else does it have the best in the world? How about the best butt in the world? Join us today as we go around Eufaula, Alabama, and see what else hits the top of the list. Best of the best, biggest of the biggest, sweetest of the sweet. Here, Eufaula, Alabama, National Professional Fishing League.
What do you think?
I'm all gut no bunt, so we had to come out here so I can
finna find out.
Yeah, finna find out.
Sandwich platter,
Okay.
has ribs, chicken, and pork, and 2 side orders.
All right.
Tell them who you are.
So, you're one of Woot Dave's best friends?
Oh, yeah.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good people then.
Yeah.
You ever heard of David Dudley?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, he's right here. He's from where Woo Days is from, too.
Thank
Club sandwich.
Brunswick stew, baked beans, coleslaw, potato salad. He has chicken and chopped meat in here and ribs in here.
Go about eating that burger. It's not happening.
All right, let's see what we got. We're at Phil's Barbecue. Wow, check that out.
Comes a sauce right here.
Is this the #1 sauce?
The main one is the mild.
This is it right here. That's the
That is
wild.
the sweet. That's their award-winning sauce.
With this one?
This one.
Oh, this one. Okay.
That's the best sauce in Alabama right there in your hand.
So here we go. The best sauce in Alabama. It's hard to believe that in a small town as Eufaula, they have 3 #1 ranking food items in the state of Alabama, and we're here testing it out now.
And they gave us a spread.
Yeah, so bring some of that over here and dump it.
Yeah, like we're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
A little thick.
He did it.
All right, let's try a piece of this. I like it.
You like this?
It's sweet. It's got a little bite to it, but not too much.
Get in there.
Yep. All right. I'm down with that line.
See you, Phil.
Hey, agree with Alabama?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Alabama.
I'm agreeing with Alabama.
Alabama. Hey, Phil's got it going on, baby. Here we go, ribs.
Yes.
Money.
I didn't know that.
Here we go.
I like dry ribs. I'm a dry rib guy. That's a good rib right there.
So now we're going to try the mild. So the first we tried the sweet. This is the mild. This is that one everybody talks about. A little mustard base maybe. Let's see what that rib's all about. A little on there. That's the one I like. That mustard base, got a little tang to it. That's money.
Man, Luke, watching that replay of him squirting that barbecue sauce directly in his mouth, I always thought he was just faking, but I watched a stream and his hand just squeezed about half that in one swaller.
One swaller.
One swaller. He drowned in that barbecue
I'll be honest
sauce.
with you, I hope I never have to see that again.
It was
bad in person. It was bad on video.
It was impressive to me.
Going with Brian Hatfield out on the water, East Tennessee angler who has really just mined a lot of different techniques, and his sock drawer is strong. You know, Phil's Barbecue is a sweet spot in Eufaula, Alabama, but our man, John Sokup, has been on the sweet spot all week. Kind of dried up for him today. I'm going to go check on him right now to see if things have changed.
He's one bite away, Luke.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
One bite away. Anybody. ball game.
Back on the jerkbait program with the live scope again.
Good one. Oh, be a bass, be a bass. Had a big mouth. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's as big as.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, God.
John Hookup once again. Not going down without a fight. Showdown Saturday here from Lake Eufaula.
50,000 is possibly swimming on that line. A $50,000 bill. Imagine that.
No
guys.
big deal.
No. No.
Of course, the guys cannot use a landing net.
Good. I can't tell how good he's hooked.
It's a good
I just
fish
know
right
his
here.
head shakes.
John Sokup.
Like crazy.
I haven't got a good look at it, but I know it. Oh,
baby.
gosh.
Ah, yes!
Yeah.
Yes!
Oh, my gosh.
Golly. Little 1-pounders. Little 1-pounders. Say hello to my not so little friend. Golly. Oh, good Lord. Thank you. I need 4 more of these in my life right now. 4 more. That's it. Oh, thank you, Lord. Listen.
And that
my little old
is,
buddies that
definitely going to be a candidate for
spot
Big
for me
Bite
this morning.
Challenge, Big Bass of the
It's
day
okay.
right there. Dudley, what's
Stayed
that one going
patient
to
with
weigh?
it, show 'em where the
Long and lean.
at.
Looks like you.
Went away
I'm
for
going to
about 3
say
hours and came back.
5'8" is what I'm going to say. 5'8".
Now, he ain't as big as he looks. He is skinny,
Definitely a bass that
post-spawn.
spawned. It's a post spawner.
I am shaking.
Yep, we talked about the
Look
brush.
how long that fish is. It looks like a paper
We're
clip.
gonna do a little bit of coaling. Got a big old
I'm
mouth.
going to go
don't he?
5'8". What do you got,
Don't he
Luke?
got a big old mouth?
I'm going to say it might weigh 6
Oh,
pounds.
my gosh.
But I don't
550.
know.
Just caught a
I'm gonna
5
go
and a half.
6.
Number 3 going back in the
6
water.
even. We're going 6 even.
Oh, thank you,
Look how
Lord.
skinny.
Thank
She
you,
needs some
Lord.
filled with barbecue.
550.
550. That fish is like a 7 before he
5'8".
spun.
Oh,
5'8",
Dudley,
Luke.
Dudley
we
back
got another
again.
little call. Just
The
a little snack.
phenom.
It's okay, right?
I think
He's
we had
like
a Miss Cleo.
Let him
Good
go like
gosh,
that.
what a coal.
Man
A
alive.
full
that's okay.
pound coal is happening.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
We're back to having soak up, having fun.
Don't you get me in trouble. Which one would you take? Which one would you take to the
Look
left?
at that.
Golly.
It's a good.
Put this thing back. Oh. Start out with a little fish carrier.
Not the biggest bass
Give
we've
this guy
seen
some belly
today, but
weights.
definitely
That was
maybe
a
the
good fight
biggest
for him.
bass of John Sokup's very young NPFL career.
Exactly. That laugh is back.
The laugh is back, and
there's
that's
more.
scary
Here's
for
the
about
exact spot where I caught the
109 other anglers right now.
100% the exact spot.
The laugh of.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
The laugh is back.
Good night.
There's a big one. Oh, that's a big one. I feel a head
Like
shaking.
Landon Tucker, our biggest mover of the day, hooked up.
Oh, you okay?
Gosh. I've said it.
She's not as big as I thought, but she might call. Get up in here! Yes! Woo!
I didn't even know he had a limit.
Oh, yeah.
How about that one? Yes! Let's go!
Big Bite
Another
Challenge.
pound.
Another candidate.
Oh my God.
Somebody's taking
Dang,
home
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of money
That's like
for
a
one
4
big bass.
and a half. Maybe.
Got a text from Landon's dad. And
I got a 2-pounder in there. What?
and he said, my son has always wanted to be a professional angler. He said, I'm watching this with tears in my eyes. So awesome, man. Jay Todd, his granddad Butch. The Tuckers are a fishing family known throughout the professional bass fishing world. It's so awesome to see Landon dropping bombs. He's responding to the hookup king, John Soder, right now.
I said he is going to be
NPFL
the
Live.
silent climber. Not that he's.
Great call right there,
That's
Dudley.
at least a 2-pound upgrade.
TH Marine Conservation Culling System. If you're just joining us, our anglers use those to mark the fish so they can keep up with them during the day. They know which size each of them are. You see them weighing those bass. That just helps with the culling process, because once you catch your 6th fish, you have to cull
That's a good call.
your smallest bass before you can make another cast. So we're seeing Landon do that's all that is, Dudley, right there. It sounds like this. Cha-ching,
Yep.
cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yes.
Cash register.
Absolutely.
Right there for Landon Tucker.
Right there
Showdown
was-
Saturday.
I mean, really, as high as these payouts are, that was $1,000 thousands
I don't
of
know how
dollar
much I
toss
got.
that came in his way.
Oh,
Look at that smile.
I got some weight though. Holy crap. Let's catch another one. I need a bigger one. Let's get a bigger one. Let's get like a 6. Get another 6. Get some G-juice on these guys too. Ain't got much left.
Taking care of those fish. That TH Marine G-Juice and TH Marine are the official fish care providers for the National Professional Fishing League. We want to return these fisheries just like we found them. We want to turn all these Lake Eufaula bass right back out swimming into the big bass capital of the world. That is a live well additive. It's almost like Gatorade for fish, doesn't it?
Yes, it is. It just puts energy back into their...
Replaces that slime coat.
Yep. Replaces slime coat, gives them energy, and...
He actually double dipped right there. He went G-Juice and another additive rejuvenate.
God almighty.
Landon
What
really
am I
showed him
doing?
the buffet.
What am I doing right?
He is...
All these guys, man, with this money on the line, dead fish penalties. Obviously, we care about the resource. You're going to do whatever you think in your mind you can do to keep those fish alive. And we've all got different techniques we use.
Oh. I mean, I'm going to have to work my butt off to call them fish. Send some good ones.
Pretty awesome way to send us into a quick break to pay the bills. Landon is paying a lot of bills today on TNPFL Live. We will see y'all back in just a second.
Wow.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market.
What?
The blending of high-end components,
I don't
a
know
detailed
what's going
assembly
on.
process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture
Do what?
bait. Nothing in life worth
Yeah.
having comes easy. The Rapture was no
And that was
different.
the-
Countless hours
What
of
was that one?
testing and
What was it?
retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
It's a 4-pounder.
That's a big one. Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Dude coming at you from Lake Point State Park Resort here on Lake Eufaula at one of the freshly renovated fisherman cabins. What they're doing right now, they are going through and renovating all of their cabins. New floors, new plumbing, new everything. You can eat off the floor. Trust me, I just did. This place wall-to-wall, treetop tall. And it is
Well, I
in the
just
bass
pulled out.
capital of the world, Lake Eufaula. So if you're out there looking to chase that dream of catching the biggest bass in the game, Lake Point State Park Resort has a cabin waiting on you.
And here I thought this pile wasn't any good.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
That has welcome back, man. This guy right here has shaken up this top 10 leaderboard all day long. Landon Tucker, the Georgia boy, grew up just a stone's throw away from here. Fishes Lake Seminole a lot as well, the next lake down on the chain. And as you take a look at this unofficial leaderboard, there's a familiar name, Dudley. John
Well, we might be up to 18
Sokup
now.
has climbed unofficially back in the lead with a 4-pound lead.
Maybe. I don't know.
52 pounds for 3 days. David Gaston, second place. Landon Tucker, who we're with right now, fishing those brush piles, in third place. Joe DeCerny, unofficially in fourth. Luis Fernandez, who has been a constant in our top 10 this week. Chance Woodard, Mark Schilling, Brandon Perkins, Greg Mansfield, and Hunter Denmark. Some 3 new names in that top 10 there. Dudley, Perkins, Schilling, and Denmark making big moves on Showdown Saturday.
But to be expected. You know, when you got this many fish moving around, you're going to have some shakeups, you know, but it's the angler that can stay on top of the moving of the fish is the one that's going to come up on top.
Let's go.
We're going to go back over to Mr. Hookup himself, John Sokup, trying to go wire to wire in the inaugural NPFL event here at Lake Eufaula.
You know, we talked earlier, Luke, about brush pile fish being pre and post spawn. What if we, to me, compared to John 2 days ago, his fish, to today, I'm going to say the majority of his fish today have been post spawn, and the pre spawners have left him. His numbers have been down. And I think they just absolutely passed each other.
That's what it seems like.
You know,
they were fishing the four-way stop, so to speak.
They were, as the pre-spawners headed towards the bank, they were waving to the post-spawners and, like, giving them high fives going by them. But, you know, they were some fish spawning 9 days ago when I was here for the Red Crest. And I think John has collided with the post spawners, and a lot of those bass have moved forward to the bank. What do you think? Am I out in left field?
I don't think you're off base at all. We've seen Jesse Millsaps. Obviously, a lot of fish have moved up, spawn it.
Hooked up again.
I don't know how well.
I want to see post to pre on this. I'm going to look at the size of the belly of this fish. Post to pre.
There's a Kentucky of all things. Talk about the pause system, man. I had to pause it over his head. I don't know what we got for small fish, but hopefully, I mean, if we're gonna catch small ones, we might as well help. Got a 134 in there. See if this will help that. 1. 132. So. Here's what I'm gonna do real quick.
He's gonna, with electronics, they're accurate to a point, but we know that TH builds a balance beam that is gonna make it official.
Kind of takes the guesswork out.
Yes, no guesswork on this.
Okay.
Until first cast with you. Weight never sucks.
Greg Mansfield just slinging them right over the side. He's like, get out of here. You don't have time for that. It's Showdown Saturday. John Sokup catching them. And you look right here, this brush pile deal, man, it is almost 12, Dudley. The Roman candles are starting to fire again like we've seen every day. Take me through what you think Mansfield's doing right here, a little bass tank breakdown of this brush pile offshore game. that we have seen on Eufaula that has been dominating.
The breakdown is this, guys. Forward looking imaging, I cannot stress it enough. He is out on Lake Eufaula, where it is fairly flat, not as much man-made natural cover in this lake. This lake is silted in quite a bit, so any structure you can find on this lake, and these guys during practice idled around and found as many hard objects to go to, whether it's a brush pile, a stump. We've heard of people fishing rock piles. What these guys are doing is just going around, finding them with their down imaging or their side imaging, idling, and then coming back later on, dropping a GPS mark on it and using different things. Now, we've seen them use shaky heads. We've seen them use drop shots. We've seen them use spinner baits, jigs, and jerk baits. All lures have been a big player in these brush pile, hard cover fish. The crankbait we saw him catch just tons of fish on today is not being a big player. But the thing is this, forward-looking imaging on targets on Lake Eufaula is hard to beat. And what we're seeing today is pre-spawn and post-spawn fish being caught on the same piece of cover. And I think I'm going to eat crow.
You picked your shallow guys. Imagine that. And now Suckup and the rest of the live scope forward-facing guys are starting to fire a little bit, Dudley.
I'm eating crow a little bit. I just ate a little bit of his his leg. I didn't eat all the crow yet.
John Suckup, who's been very dialed all week, unofficially back on top of the leaderboard in this first ever National Professional Fishing League event.
Why do you
Like
keep going through different colors on your jerk bait?
I'm actually not going through different colors. I mean, there are a couple different colors. I'm going through. There he is, hooked up. Be a good one. It feels good. Nah, I'm actually going through different rates of fall. You know, one falls faster than the other, and so I'm switching that. This one's actually not weighted, so for some reason the sink's not been getting their attention. I need to hold it way above their head and make them come up. So I'm paying attention to that. Sometimes you got to get it right in their face. So I have one that's weighted a little bit. There's big fish in here. These are not them, but they're in there. Gotta be kidding me. Well, let's go back to the balance beam and see what we got.
Fast tank breakdown. Yes, there's
See,
your fast tank.
hole number 2 is,
Breaking
I don't even know
it down for you
if time is worth to do this, you know?
Utilizing different weights.
Poor guy.
Jerk baits, different fall rates.
But yeah, the reason is it's a rate of fall. I mean,
These Lake Eufaula
I got you know what? It looks like the new one may have, no. Dude, it's so close. I'm gonna keep with Old Faithful here. He's been good to me. He's lost his weight and he's still heavier. They don't gain weight, you know that? So when they sit in there, they don't ever gain weight, but they can lose it. So if they're pretty even, I just stick with the one that got me there, unless he looks really unhealthy. But yeah, it's about rate of fall to me, not necessarily colors. The Spro has got a different color and a different action, and for some reason, man, I get less bites with it, but when they eat it, man, they just destroy it. That's how I got the doubles on and everything. So, that's why you see me switch and switch and switch.
Looking like the 4th of July out there a little bit today on Lake Eufaula. These Alabama folks enjoying this 80-degree weather.
The weather is beautiful, and everybody is getting out froggy from all this blocked-in COVID stuff we've been dealing with. They're like, I'm getting out of this cave.
Record colds in Alabama for the last couple weeks.
Let's expand on that a little bit, Luke. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever weighted any modern day jerkbaits. Back in the day, right? We would,
the old rogue
the rogue days. We would add weights, but the design of crankbaits over the years have gotten so good.
Internal weighting system.
But I didn't fish it until the day had been about an hour and a half in. And so what I realized, I started here because it was such a good spot and there were so many fish. What I didn't realize is that they wouldn't be in the pile that early. They actually were up on the flats everywhere chasing. And I did, you know, we hooked up, 3 times here? 3 3-pounders, and they pulled loose. They just were eating really funny. And so I gave my little brush pile just a break for a second. I moved down the bank a little bit, and we had someone move in. And so we had to leave it alone for, you know, I tried to make something of it somewhere else. So now that the sun's up, we're back here, and the sun has pushed some of the fish into the brush. So much so that you can't even see them until they start chasing your bait. I've yet to throw a little worm in this thing. I'm going to, but as long as I'm still catching, I'm not gonna do it. One of the reasons why is I gotta get so close to throw that worm in there. I can stay back 70 feet here and sometimes start a feeding frenzy.
Sounds like John is slowly but surely regaining his composure, putting it together today. But let's take a look at the other guys that have been putting it together on this Showdown Saturday, final day, Lake Eufaula NPFL.
Right now, man, I mean, it's been different every day it's been different.
Of course, we've had the absolute local just traffic show with the gators and the boats today. But some shallow water guys making it happen early and often.
There's a big one.
We've seen from David Gaston, Luis Fernandez.
There's a big one.
But right here,
that's a big
Landon
one.
Tucker, the biggest mover on Showdown Saturday.
You okay?
Living his dream right in front of the NPFL cameras.
You might call. Get up in here! Yes!
Every time he swings, it's nothing but meat today, Dudley.
How about that one?
And emotion.
Yes!
And he knows he's
go!
making a move.
Greg Mansfield, who's been hanging around this top 10 all week, unofficially in 10th place right now on the Way Live app leaderboard. He's been very versatile this week, on the bank, off the bank.
Back to Landon. And he's been using that jig. His choice, we've seen people using drop shots, shaky heads. He has stuck primarily with that jig, and I think that's the reason we're seeing him catch giants. Offshore spinning rod, drop shot.
Not the quality.
Not
today.
the quality. Okay? Not the quality. Landon's got his crosshairs set on that wind, and he is sticking with that jig. Spinning rod, light line. You don't ever want to force anything with them. You can see him taking his time. This is a nice fish, for sure, but not quite the quality of the jig, I must say. Not quite the quality of the jig. Again,
Landon Tucker in that jig.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
He popped over a limb of that brush pile, and that fish destroyed it.
That's a cool shot.
Hey,
that's
here we
actually a
go.
spinnerbait.
Back to a spinnerbait.
So we see him ripping that loose from the brush pile, making those blades cling together.
Now the man with the plan, John Hookup. Coming in with
Why can't they all be sideways in the mouth?
nice quality bass, getting back on his jerkbait program. We just heard an incredible bass tank breakdown from the man himself.
Got him.
slowly but surely climbing back to that throne that he has sat in since day one here at Eufaula, Alabama.
You know,
Every time, Dudley, every time he locates one on that live scope, every time he makes a cast, he is that much closer to $50,000.
We are at the 12 o'clock dinner bell.
Yes! Golly! Little 1-pounders. Little 1-pounders. Say hello to my not-so-little friend.
Dollars coming his way, possibly at the end of the day.
We got another little
But we
goal.
always have that shallow water man.
It's okay,
We haven't
right?
seen
You
him
can eat
much.
We just let him go.
Been kind of quiet. Been kind of quiet here lately, but I still say as many fish as he'd been catching, he could come back.
We are entering the last hour of this NPFL live broadcast. Taking a look at our unofficial wire-to-wire day 3 leader, John Hookup Soakup. Got a chance to win $50,000 and bring a trophy back to Oklahoma. Dudley, you've been out here for years, professional fishing. You've won every title that there is to win. What's going through John's head right now as he looks at that live scope? Does he have the voices? Does he think he has enough? Does he think he, you know, what are you going through right here?
You know, I know John is coming back to his jerkbait pattern that got him there. We saw him bump in shallow, right? We saw him bump in, and that's part of the game that you're going to play. Even though he was unsuccessful shallow, it was able to get it out of his system, right? We want to. It
was a hard reset.
Yes,
almost.
Yes. It was the things that were flowing through his mind. He was like, maybe I need to go shallow. He honored that, and he went shallow, and he was like, you know what? This is not it. That gave him more confidence for the outside offshore bite, and he immediately bumped back outside, and he has confidence going that way, and he knows he's doing the right thing, and he got rewarded. Look at what he just caught a 5-pounder and called again with a little short call not soon after that. So, yes, the reward was, hey, I'm doing the right thing. He knows it. His giggle came back,
Yeah,
right?
the laugh.
The laugh
Big Bad
came back.
John.
He's been doing since day one, came back, and he is seeing a big fish on the backside of a pile right now with forward-looking imaging.
So weird, this brush piles. It's definitely
So with that
difficult to fish.
forward-facing sonar, he can actually see how big these fish are. He can see how they're positioning in the cover. He can see his bait, and he can see how the fish are reacting to his bait.
He has a ton of experience with that forward-looking, and this is something, Luke, that's here to stay.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
It's here to. This is a staple, and us as anglers, our necks are going to take a toll.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things, if you don't adjust and adapt, you'll be left behind, man. I talked to one of our anglers, Michael Brewer, from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee last night, and Michael said, man, I don't have live scope, and I'm so tired of getting my teeth kicked in by it. He was texting me last night. He said, but I don't have it yet, and I don't know about it really. So it's not only getting that, but it's that time on the water with that, and John Sokup has as much time on the water with that live scope as anybody in our field, maybe short of Kevin Rogers, the Crappie King, who we saw on day one, who is also John's roommate out there. But John is so dialed in. Just listening to him talk about that weight selection on those baits. He knows what he needs to throw when he sees one where.
That one's the floater.
That's why he's sitting up top right now.
Absolutely. The experience behind that forward-looking imaging is going to carry you a lot of ways.
But it ain't never fun to lose a fancy jerkbait, but
good stuff.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, this is our buddies. They have returned.
Oh, no. Pirates.
The Pirates are back.
Jack Sparrow has returned.
That's what I was getting ready to say, too. Jack Sparrow is back.
Yeah, so
But he
lots of
always
ways
means
of
by that.
shooting
Yeah.
sonar,
Jack Sparrow does
20
always get
degrees
away.
forward,
He might
and
not
it's
because he's
live,
on
real-time
NPFL
action. I
Live
can
now.
see
We're
the
going to
bait, I
call
can
you
see
out,
the
Jack.
rest, I can see the fish. So I keep everything at 12 o'clock right in front of me. And that way I can see my lure as I come down. And I can see, and it can help me like work up and over without getting hung up. It can help me see the activity. The activity's horrible. There's fish in here, but their activity level is horrible, which most of the time you gotta kind of match that. I mean, I don't know that there's going to be any more offshore tournaments won without it. It's such a powerful
Captain Jack
tool.
sliding in a little closer every few minutes there. Of course,
Ooh, bold statement. I don't know if there will be any offshore tournaments won without forward-looking imaging. Powerful statement right there.
I wonder if Captain Jack has live scope. He's going to come take John's. I'm the captain now.
Captain Sparrow, he has a drone scope. He can see everything and anything.
He can do whatever he wants.
That's right.
The Black Pearl goes where it wants to go. And that's what's happening right now on NPFL
We're
Live.
getting late towards
I mean, it looks dead in there.
The delirium
It
is
looks
in
dead in there. So you can see I got two spinners.
I love it, though.
One's actually just got a little bit heavier weight, so I'm gonna.
What do you think that guy said
actually
right
go
now?
in.
He's like,
Probably get hung on this, but I'm gonna try to go
hey,
in.
Donnie, what do you think that guy's doing with
A
that
little bit
camera? You know, Dudley, I'm watching this Way Live app and this unofficial leaderboard right here in front of me. And, man, our guy, Luis Fernandez, Dudley, sneaking up that leaderboard unofficially got him in fourth place. You see that? We've been talking about Landon Tucker being the big mover, but Lewis, he's done this every single day. He told me the first night we ever met him, he said, at 11 tomorrow, bro, I'm going to go off. And he did it on day one, and now here we are, 12 o'clock hour, Luis Fernandez, the Bass Warrior, in the top 5 unofficially. Right now.
I'd like to see if his flat brim is a little crooked.
The rally cap.
The rally flat brim and cap is turned to the side.
All of these guys, of course, trying to chase down big, bad John Sokum.
Yeah.
Got a little over a 3-pound lead on David Gaston right now. Dudley, we see a big difference today. Just look at the boat wakes out there. Definitely a lot more traffic. Taking a look at our unofficial top 10 angler, I mean, lots of moving and shaking. That top 5 is definitely getting a lot more interesting. John Sokup, of course, top of the heap right now. David Gaston in second. Landon Tucker in third. Luis Fernandez, we're just talking about there, has made a big jump this afternoon. Joe DeCerny, still, you cannot get rid of Joe in that top 5. He is hanging on. Hanging on since day one. Chance Woodard, though, who was our big mover yesterday, still hanging in there, 6th place, weighed in the biggest stringer of the event, a little over 23 pounds. Mark Schilling, a new name in our top 10 today. Brandon Perkins, River Lee, Greg Mansfield, rounding out our unofficial top 10, which will become more official 3 p.m. this afternoon at that drive-through weigh-in. Al McCullough will be putting them on the scales at the Lake Point State Park here in Eufaula,
No more
Alabama.
fish at the moment.
Of course, Dudley, the top 36 anglers out of our 110 angler field will be getting paid. The 36th place check, $9,000. Currently occupying that spot right now on the unofficial leaderboard, Buck Mallory. Talked to Buck yesterday. He had a little bit of a comeback on day 2, and another one. He weighed 3 pounds 4 ounces day 1. Comes back with a 10-pound bag yesterday and another 11.5 today. So he's climbing up that leaderboard.
Yes, climbing strong up the leaderboard. And
There's
you know,
we're down here. Got a couple boats on that I wanted to fish.
We're going to be ending the live coverage at 1, but that allows another hour and a half,
2 hours,
2 hours to for these guys to really shake it up, and that's what's going to make an interesting weigh-in. It's something, you know, I want to see who in that rally of 2 hours had made the big move. I can't wait to watch this weigh-in this afternoon.
Drive-through weigh-in. Every angler getting to pull their boat and truck through to Almacula. And we are going to take it right now to a commercial break real quick. We're winding down here on TNPFL Live.
Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Lake Point State Park Resort here on Lake Eufaula at one of the freshly renovated fisherman cabins. What they're doing right now, they are going through and renovating all of their cabins. New floors, new plumbing, new everything. You can eat off the floor. Trust me, I just did. This place wall-to-wall, treetop tall, and it is in the bass capital of the world, Lake Eufaula. So if you're out there looking to chase that dream of catching the biggest bass in the game, Lake Point State Park Resort has a cabin waiting on you.
That's all I'm casting at.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you with some big news. The National Professional Fishing League has teamed up with LunkerText. And for the few of you out there that don't know what LunkerText is, it is an awesome platform that sends text messages to your phone with awesome deals on name brand lures, the biggest in the game. Throughout the day of 21 hours of coverage, you're going to be getting these random text messages of these awesome deals. You guys are going to be getting the best deals on the best lures out there during live streaming. All you have to do is go to lunkertext.com/NPFL and be a part of the movement where you get the biggest, baddest baits for the best prices.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
That's a big one.
All right, folks, we're back with your on-the-water coverage here at the NPFL inaugural event, Lake Eufaula, Alabama. We just left old Luke Bryan's doppelganger, Paul Browning. He's on him, having a good day, man. He was working, still throwing that daggone big bait fighting frog on the slither rig around them cypresses and throwing the hollow body frog. He's in the zone. So we make a run. We come down south, come in the back of Sandy Creek, and there's our boy Joel Willard. Joel Willard started out today at 22nd. I hollered at him, said, "Hey, man, how you doing today?" "Best day so far." I said, "What you got in the box?" He's got 4 in the box. He's got 2 fatties, and he had 2 dinks, he said. He said he's not worried about it. He's in new water back here. We saw him just, hey, Dudley. Hey, he was pulling a Dudley, taking that Cinco, just skipping Cincos. All he was doing, fishing this dock right here. We saw him catch one little rat. I don't think it called. He threw that back. And he's just in a great mood, man. He said he caught those this morning, fishing his brush pile. He was drop shotting. Caught him drop shotting. Solid. Said it happened fast. And it seems like that is the theme for the 3rd day here at the Saturday Showdown at the NPFL event. Everybody's catching them early, man. Everyone we've talked to that's caught them early. And I just don't know if that's going to get, seems like as the day goes long, it's constantly changing. Everybody I talk to, it's a completely different body of water. Sunday to today, crazy. Give you an example. The water temp where we are right now is 68 degrees. A week ago, right around 58 degrees. Water clarity, everything is absolutely changing. So these guys that are spinning their wheels, they're not alone. A lot of these guys are trying to figure it out. When we came out of Palula, we ran across another angler. He was out there fishing deep and just said he didn't have enough wind. He just wanted more wind. All he wants is a little bit of wind. Just have some sort of current blowing over that brush is what a lot of these guys are doing. But everybody else is doing it. This place is stacked up like cordwood. You've got crappie fishermen, pleasure boaters. Everybody's out here enjoying the lovely weather. Because imagine that. Here we are. It's that time of the year for everybody to be out here bebopping and flip-flopping 24-55. I'm getting ready to do a cannonball. The deuce. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to run down south, go find Hunter Baumgartner. And before I leave you, let's touch on something real quick because I might not have a chance to tell you about it. When we were talking to Paul Browning, Paul Browning was talking about Hunter Baumgartner, and I learned that they're actually traveling partners. And how that became was Browning used to always fish against Baumgartner, got tired of Baumgartner taking his money, and he said, well, if you can't beat him, I'll join him. So became partners with him, and next thing you know, they're NPFL, and both of them making names for themselves at the inaugural event at the NPFL Lake Eufaula, Alabama tournament. This thing is just crazy, guys. Y'all stay tuned, man. Dudley, Luke Duncan, y'all better be doing better than me because I'm about to have a daggone panic attack. Just had a daggone 10-foot alligator come up to the boat, and I was like, stand down to the alligator. And sure enough, man, I was like, that alligator backed on out because if not, I was about to pull out and go click, clack. Just kidding. State property can't do that. It's enough stupid talk from Fat Cat. See y'all soon. We're going to go find somebody else to bother.
We got a big stand down from the big cat.
Yep.
Telling those gators to stand down out there.
Telling a 10-foot alligator to stand down, that's a tall order right
It's
there.
a little different than what we're normally used to.
And if
stand down.
he's just saw a little bit of Fat Cat, he's coming over there to get him a nibble of some of that.
Big cat doing a great job for us out on the water, running around, sunburn, giving us the updates. He's been killing it all week, man. He works really hard. I want to thank Fat Cat.
Nick just left that fish that he has been working for the past hour. I don't think he ended up connecting with it. He's making a move right now, and he's in a great area. I know where he's at. He's down there where he can visibly see down to about 3 foot, really. 3 foot visibility on this lake is a lot to see. This is not an ultra clear lake, so you can see in the background more traffic coming in his way.
Back to the guy that was in charge for most of the day until John Stokup woke up just a little earlier. David Gaston with the swim jig. We see a little behind the back toss there, throwing back a fish that's not going to help him. He had a great limit early this morning. Up there in that thick vegetation, Dudley swimming a jig. You're just waiting any second now for him to load up on that braid. heavy action rod, right, Dudley, in that situation?
Exactly.
That jig?
Yeah. You the way the Alabama boys swim it, though, you want some tip on it.
That's right. They bring it.
Yeah. They make that jig break dance. I can tell you that. That jig is going to be break dancing where they're at. So you want a little bit of give, but when you're throwing a swim jig in a lot of thick cover, you want that backbone to be strong, and I'm sure he's got a rod built for that.
He's a swim jig assassin. When we're talking about with that Alabama swim jig style, Dudley keeps the rod tip pretty high, keeps that bait working through that vegetation.
And they shake that tip. They want that jig looking erratic. They want it looking scared. They're like, they want it like it's trying to get away. And that's kind of what the Alabama swim jig is about, is giving that swim jig an erratic. Instead of a steady pace that you know with a swim jig, they're going to give it that, oh no, oh no, oh no.
It looks like a brim or a shad trying to get away from
right.
a
And
bass.
that's what triggers a lot of these fish into biting. And very obvious. I mean, he grew up around the Alabama swim jig area of the states, and he knows how to do it, and he knows how to do it well.
Dudley, I want to hear from the people. I want to hear from the folks on Twitter. Go to the TNPFL Twitter page, and you can drop us a comment. We want to know who you're pulling for. Who do you think is going to come out on top here on Showdown Saturday at Lake Eufaula? At TNPFL with the number 1 on Twitter for that. You can tag me at Luke Duncan 1 if you want to tell me that I'm way better looking than David Dudley. Anytime, we would appreciate it.
I know he's got a better looking beard is all I can say.
The beard has been on point this week,
Yes.
Dudley. I'm not going to lie about that.
I'm not going to talk about the macaroni and cheese that's deep down inside of that beard, but uh-oh.
He ain't big at all.
David Gaston.
Man, he looked a lot bigger from a distance.
Be nice.
David Gaston. Just fish, as you said earlier, Dudley, swallowed it. It looked like a
Swallowed it.
Little quick throwback to Eufaula, and fish is swimming around again.
I wouldn't be surprised if his next cast gets the female.
No doubt about it.
This time of year, he just caught the buck. I'm guessing, but it could be the female on this very next
I actually
casts.
think that David has picked up a frog now. Just by looking at his rod, I didn't get a good look at it. I think he switched up.
Oh, was it a frog?
Shows what we know.
And you act like you done something when you chase it out.
Back over to our dude, Jesse Millsaps. Been sight fishing these Lake Eufaula bass all week. Breaking it down for us all day
He chases it all the way almost to the boat right here.
He is going to take those pair of eyes, no doubt, to a top 10. Oh. I'm anxious to see. When you're sitting that close to a fish, he's ready to chomp. I mean, that,
super aggressive if
Yes.
he lets you get that close. You know, this is not as easy as it looks. You know, a lot of people are thinking, man, these guys can just see the fish.
Right, and the fish is sitting there that close.
Yeah, why doesn't he just
It's like it's
make it happen? Well, they
dangerous 'cause
have
you
to
think
make
you got
this
it.
bass actually bite
could
the
think
lure.
it's
You
got it and
can't,
you set the hook
can't
and
just
you-
yeah, you
next thing you
can't
know, he
just
don't
talk
have
it into biting.
Now,
This
unless
fish
you're
has
using unless you're using the right thing. Like if you threw a chocolate bar in front of me,
yeah,
yeah,
he could talk you into biting.
Right.
If he saw you short distance. though.
Right.
Yeah,
now,
I'm
if
with
you
that.
keep trying to jam a cucumber in my mouth, like with a white jig, no, I ain't. I'm not. I'm gonna be tight-lipped. But you could do something natural like a chocolate bar. I'm gonna nibble on that immediately. But
I think it's
he
a
may
good fish,
think
though.
that
From
they
what I
want
can
that
tell, it's just
cucumber.
deep.
Dudley, I feel like in this 12:30 hour here that we're off the rails a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, I think we're off the rails. Been a long 3 days of NPFL covers. I have enjoyed every minute of it and every minute of watching our 110 pros out here on Lake Eufaula. Jesse Millsap's a local. He's been sight fishing. Missed one there.
It's any second. I feel like this bass is going to be toast. Now I'm going to assume that Luke, that this has got
it
to
loaded
be
up on it and still didn't have it.
swing and a
It's
miss.
gotta
That's
be
3
grabbing the
strikes,
ends of
dude.
it.
I'm going to
Don't
assume
even have a crawl on there.
that this is big. I don't know. He's one away from a limit. I'm going to assume that this is. I would hope that this is 3 pounds or better.
It's okay.
But
we're going to turn you back
we
loose.
don't.
We're not
We
going to
will.
eat you.
Can't.
Maybe if I talk to it a little bit, it'll help.
Of course, Jesse's trying to put this fish in the boat to take it to our drive-through weigh-in, which will begin at 3 p.m. Our live coverage today, about an hour shorter than it has been all week. We got about 30 more minutes of this NPFL live coverage. We appreciate every one of you that have joined us all week.
Must have landed right on that.
Hooked up with Luis Fernandez.
Uh-oh.
Looks like we had a little
throw it in weeds.
I think
he
misfire there.
Had a clump of gator grass, I think,
bushes,
on
timber,
on his pole.
and it don't have a weed guard or nothing. It's not like it's weedless, but that blade sure deflects off cover, so it makes it somewhat weedless. And there's so many ways, so much you can make this bait look. There he is. There he is. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there, baby. Got her on the end of a cast.
Oh, Luke.
Yes, baby.
Luis
yes.
Fernandez. There we go.
Excuse me for a sec.
California kid right there. Bass warrior.
I gotta do some calling now.
Gonna get to see
Fat kicks.
Lewis do some culling.
Fat kicks.
And speaking of, here he is. John.
Well, just pulled
hook
up. Decided to
hook
try a
right
dock
here.
out. Haven't done that today.
Trying to do this thing wire to wire, Dudley. We're getting closer with every minute that clicks by, every fish he puts in the boat.
I can't even remember what the
Interesting. He's caught quite a few spotted bass.
He has.
You know, this is another spot, a really nice spot, actually. And
another 134. Watch.
do you feel that they're sharing the brush pile spots in
141.
largemouth?
We got
Or do you
ourselves a
think
call.
they're
A monster
dominated with
call.
one species.
That's what you talk
You
about,
know,
making big moves right
There's
there.
a lot of different takes on that a lot of times, right? That they won't intermingle.
have a
Sometimes the
little fun,
spots
right?
will run the largemouth out because they're such aggressive. They're like your little pesky nephew that just won't leave you alone, you know? Hey, asking you questions.
True
Those
that.
big lazy largemouth are like me. They're like,
Just
get
get
out
out of here.
Get out of
Yeah,
here.
true that. Yep. I would have to agree with that. Small coal by John, but
every ounce.
not to be overlooked.
The boat drifted over. This thing feels heavier, is my deal. If I throw him back, I'm checking it. Nope.
Hey, John, what would it feel like the wind stopped blowing? What would it mean to you?
Well, man, I mean, you know, I say it all the time, and my first word was fish. I didn't know it was possible to be a professional fisherman, but at 4 years old, I told my mom I wanted to be a professional fisherman. So I worked my entire life in the construction industry, and you know, always had a dream that one day I'd be able to fish. I went 10 years without fishing so I could raise a family and get established, and I've been blessed to be able to start the bass tank and be a part of the bass tank, which has been able to give me a, you know, a fishing career. I mean, it would just, what it would do is it would just establish what I felt my entire life inside of me, that I was, you know, I was meant to be a professional fisherman. That's how I felt. So I don't know how you put that stuff, I don't know how you put that kind of feeling into words, man. I would love it. I would love it. But we all know I've got a ton of work to do right now. I can't come in with no 11 pounds and make this happen.
Good.
So.
Of course, John has no idea that he's retaking the lead. He's having a tough day. You know, his wheels are spinning. He's averaged over 20 pounds the first 2 days of this event. But Dudley, that sums it up right there. A guy like John, he's been fishing for years and years and years and years, and he's never been able to fish the national stage because he's like, hey, I've worked hard. I've built up, you know, my family. And the timing wasn't right for me. That's something that John was actually telling me last night. And this year, with the creation of the National Professional Fishing League, it gave John an opportunity to be introduced to the world. And what more, you know, what better way to put an exclamation point on this awesome week than to see this guy be able to win it wire to wire? I think we're all pulling for John because he's just such an awesome guy, such a great teacher on the water, Dudley. I think you and I have learned a lot in 3 days.
Absolutely. He to hear a story that he put his dream on pause, got, you know, took care of his family, got his situation, you know, his situation intact, and now that we have a league, he can come out and showcase who he is, chase a dream where you're making a lot of money doing something you love. That's, I think, Luke, how many people have this dream? How many people are like, I want to make this my career. I want to make this my living. There is so many people inspiring to be out there and to have a league that you can go out there and make a living at this and offer to everybody. It's awesome.
And now with the creation of the NPFL, another league out there for the guys to find a home and get this great live coverage with 2 idiots commentating it.
True.
Lake Point State Park. But these guys have put on a show all week, man. And my hat's off to these inaugural NPFL anglers.
Mm.
And one guy that has absolutely just, you can't get rid of him in this top 10. Luis Fernandez, who's made a move every afternoon. We're going to throw it over to him right now. Get a little check in.
Oh, stop.
Fernandez, the basket. It's from just a little earlier. Luis Fernandez.
Oh, yeah. That one was small.
Unofficially right now on the Way Live leaderboard, 4th place, right behind Landon Tucker. He's been Mr. Consistency all week, and the coolest thing about Lewis this week has just been, he's been shaking it up, fishing new water every day, just keeping his foot on the trolling motor.
Balance me on the seat. one's heavier. There's my small, so I'll keep him.
Lewis putting those fish on the balance
Leashed.
beam, making sure every ounce counts. Now, right ahead of Lewis in the standings, Landon Tucker. Let's go take a look at the local boy living his dream out here today. Absolutely been having himself a day. Landon Tucker fishing the famous Eufaula brush pile pattern. Spinnerbait and a jig.
God, that was a big one. Got my dang pearl.
Man.
All right, let's get her to bite again.
Landon with a missed opportunity late on Showdown Saturday.
You can definitely see the intensity. He knows.
Feel it. He thinks he's close, right? He's making a climb. And he has made a big jump right into the top 5.
Bear is a bone out here, man.
The guy that made the biggest jump yesterday, Chance Woodard, dropping the biggest stringer on the scales that we've seen. Texas boy, having a tougher day today. Still in 6th place overall,
welcome
unofficially.
to Lake Eufaula on a Saturday. Man, I try to stay pretty prepared to expect the unexpected, but I've been slapped in the face. We're back on this area. We're not on the little sweet spot that where I caught them yesterday, because I can just see they're not there. And on down some of this the ledge down the edge of this channel here, I'm seeing a few fish here and there. It's all I can find. I mean, we've been all the way to the actual dam, and I've probably stopped in, I'm gonna say probably a dozen spots, and you know, we've marked some on some brush piles. We've tried throwing a wacky worm, a jerk bait, a Carolina rig. I mean, you know, every which way I thought that I could scramble, and I mean, we are absolutely on the scramble pattern right now. But every which way I thought I could, you know, scramble my way out when this thing died, like I say, it slapped me in the face, and I'll learn from it. But I'm still not done on my day. We're hunting hard, and I still wouldn't be shocked if we don't show up with a bag. But it is right now. It's the first, or well, it's the second. Yesterday it got pretty hot, but you know, we just come off of like negative temperatures in Texas. Definitely not used to the heat, and this 83 and no wind out here feels like 103. So, but that's part of this game. We're gonna keep grinding. We're not slowing up, and we shall see what ends up happening. But I do have to say, it's been a rough go today. But I do want to say why I have y'all with me, that, man, I am super excited with what the NPFL is doing. Man, this is, you know, I rode the wave on that day yesterday, and I really thought I could at least back it up with enough to potentially win today, and we'll see what happens in these next few hours. But the experience of being at the inaugural event and just being in contention, and man, everybody I've talked to, especially yesterday after having a good day, I mean, the whole crew, I don't have to start naming all them guys. Everybody knows who they are. Hats off to them, man. They've done the unthinkable. They've really, you know, a lot of people, when they even heard what they were doing, just thought that, you know, it was just a rumor pretty much, almost, just talk. These guys ain't playing around, man. When you really understand what they're trying to do, I'm telling y'all, it's gonna blow y'all's mind as time goes on. This is the very first event. I mean, and I'm sure I can imagine there's been the bugs and stuff to work out, but you give these guys time, y'all just wait and see the product. Come see, hopefully I'm not going nowhere. I'll be back on live. It may be next event, it may be 5 events from now. One thing I promise you, I may be getting stumped right now. I'm not done today, for one. I will be back. And I want to ask what y'all think compared now till then, because these guys, they're headed in the right direction. And I'm fixing to get back at it. We got a few hours. We're going to grind away. But I just want to say thanks to the whole NPFL crew. It's been an unbelievable experience. My cameraman is awesome. I don't know how I haven't knocked him in the lake 5 times already. Every one of those big fish I had yesterday, the one I've got today, man, it's every single one of them was like barely hooked. And I would scramble around. I just would expect to turn around and the camera be laying behind the motor, and he's just doing his job. We'll check in with y'all here shortly, and maybe we make something happen. Thank y'all. Thank all the NPFL. See y'all soon.
A lot of kind words right there from Chance Woodard. The NPFL crew's having a tough day. Over to
Got him.
John Sokup.
That's gonna help.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
One of those days, man.
Wow. That's got to sting. As the day goes on, John has climbed back into the leaderboard. Of course, he doesn't know that. The guys don't know what all the other anglers have on the water. But that is big miss right there. Looked like a really good fish. John's still got some small fish in the boat to cull. Of course, he's been averaging 20 pounds per day, just a little over 20 pounds a day, and certainly not what he wanted to see right there.
I mean,
now, Dudley, is he fishing a wacky
that's the
worm
sound of
around?
frustration.
Is it a brush pile on that dock, most likely?
Yeah, as much time as he spent on this dock, I'm sure this dock has a lot of brush, and he feels that there's a school of fish on this dock. Little surprised he's not considering that as a spawner, though. You know, he hasn't even thrown back towards that pole yet. But I'm in the studio. He is out there.
Closing in
I guess if you want to be a professional fisherman, you got to have days like this. You got to work through that adversity, huh?
Potentially, that was $50,000 that swam away.
Yeah,
but
that's a lot of fish, huh? Ooh, mentally, it kind of makes you mentally.
Dudley, as we near the end of the day, we're going to pay the bills one more time, real quick.
Kind of sucks mentally.
Come back and close out NPFL Live, this inaugural event at Lake Eufaula. NPFL Live.
Hey there, Fisher World. One second. Fat Cat Newton coming at you with some big news. the National Professional Fishing League has teamed up with Lunkertext. And for the few of you out there that don't know what Lunkertext is, it is an awesome platform that sends text messages to your phone with awesome deals on name brand lures, the biggest in the game. Throughout the day of 21 hours of coverage, you're going to be getting these random text messages of these awesome deals. You guys are going to be getting the best deals on the best lures out there during live streaming. All you have to do is go to lunkertext.com/NPFL and be a part of the movement where you get the biggest, baddest baits for the best prices.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
That's a big one.
I've taken a look at our unofficial top 10 leaderboard, Dudley, and look at what has happened since the last time we checked in. Luis Fernandez has leapfrogged Landon Tucker.
Wow.
In that top 5. So we're looking at John Sokup still on top, David Gaston, Luis Fernandez, Landon Tucker, Joe DeCerny, the Ohio angler who made a lot of noise in the afternoon yesterday. Right here in the background.
We have
not real sure who we're looking at there, but he didn't need any help from that one. That was a nice fish.
No.
What is that? So 2 tournaments going on. Obviously this top 10 rounding out the bottom of that top 10. Mark Schilling, Chance Woodard, Brandon Perkins, who is going to be a factor, Dudley. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to say this for all the NPFL crowd, at our Pickwick event, the 4th event in July. River League, Greg Mansfield, and Hunter Denmark right outside the top 10 right now. Hunter trying to slide in that. Of course, every spot you climb, the more money you make. Take home to the wife and kids at home, Dudley. And can John close it out? That's the overwhelming thing.
I'm not giving. There's a 3-pound spread. Let's get real. There's a 3-pound, roughly a 3-pound spread between David and John. Now let's get real. I'm sure within his bag he's got a 3-pounder. He collide with a 6-pounder. That's a 3-pound cull. He's right there knocking on John's door. I mean, a lot can happen this afternoon. Those big females moving up to come in to spawn, and I'm not gonna rule it out. You're not gonna win this offshore game on me, Luke. I'm still got confidence in them shallow water boys.
Got Greg Mansfield right here making a move, 10th place. He is that guy you can't get out of the top 10 for the last couple of days, but he's hanging on to that 10th place, looking to climb. He's really varied his techniques over the last 2 days, been very versatile, working a sight fish strategy and a brush pile strategy. Looking good with that face covered up right now, just running down the lake.
Yeah, we just
familiar scene right here, Dudley.
Talking a little bit about the leaderboard.
Jesse Millsaps, who started the day in 10th place, and he has unofficially fallen to 16th place, Dudley. But we have seen the potential of his areas, and it's very obvious. It's got to be a big one, but he has taken up a personal beef with this fish, Dudley. Like you said, this got personal about an hour ago.
Yes.
It's one of those, like we said, looks like you just reach out and grab it.
Mm-hmm. Keith Carson looking at a charge. He has moved up to
Every once in a
13th
while, I can
place.
see exactly which way it's turned.
So Keith Carson was a guy that was one of my picks coming into this because I figured this would be an all-out sight fishing battle. And Keith has he had a rough day one, but he's definitely jumped up to 13th unofficially. No surprise there. He's going to be one we're going to talk about a lot this year. One last look here at John Sokup, who is trying to lead this thing wire to wire, Dudley, to a $50,000 payday and a beautiful trophy here at Lake Eufaula. Of course, our coverage ends just here in a few short minutes. We appreciate each and every one of you watching John Sokup, of course, unofficially at the top of the leaderboard, and we will not know until 3 p.m. this afternoon who is going to take home the trophy once they hand those bass to Al McCullough at the drive-through weigh-in here at Lake Point State Park, Eufaula, Alabama.
A lot can still change.
A lot of fishing time left.
A lot. This weigh-in is going to be an exciting weigh-in because every single day it is showed out in the afternoon, and I think that's where we're headed. And this after is where we're headed.
One thing's for sure, it's been really fun watching John. We've learned a lot. I think all the viewers can say that. Learned a lot from all of our NPFL anglers this week on NPFL Live. They've been breaking down their techniques so well, catching a lot of fish. And I'm telling you, man, what I want to say to you, Dudley, is thank you for hanging in here in the studio with me. Even though we didn't get out there and get a suntan like Fat Cat's getting, it's been awesome spending 3 days with you on NPFL Live.
It has been a blast. I have not only learned a lot from you, Luke, but we have learned a lot from anglers that I didn't know from. And it was been an enjoyable 3 days getting to learn what they do on live footage. And I'm going to tell you right now, just when you think you know everything, it doesn't matter what league you're in, you can always learn. And these 3 days, myself, looking at top 10 live cameras, I have learned a lot. And I know where I'm headed at next. I can guarantee you I'm going to pull one of those tricks out in my tackle box before I head there.
There's no doubt about it. Of course, we have 5 more events on this NPFL schedule. We're headed to Wright-Patman Lake down in Texas, Dudley, for the next one. And Texas normally means one thing to bass anglers. That is big bass. And so we go from one big bass capital to the next, the state of Texas. Can't wait to see how that leaderboard shakes up with the AOY points. We're going to see, after that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon, who's numero uno in this inaugural event, who's going to take home that first trophy in this very special week that we've had here in Eufaula, Alabama. Dave, it's been awesome.
It has been an incredible week. And, again, I cannot stress enough, we got, roughly 2 hours left of footage that we're not going to be on, but I know myself, I'm not going to miss the live footage, the live weigh-in myself, and I still say I'm going to predict this before we get off the air. Mr. Gaston is setting the hook often out there, and I still say there's time that if he even connects with a 6-pounder, this game could be shooken up. Right now we're looking at hookup being number 1, but by the end of the day, I'm just saying, if he takes a 6-pounder and calls out a 3-pounder, Mr. Hookup Sookup might be shook up.
Absolutely.
Ooh, I'm a poet and don't know it.
Oh, Lord have mercy. David Dudley, thank you for joining me all week. Thanks to you, NPFL fans, for tuning in every minute of coverage this week. We appreciate you being patient with us as we figure out this live game. We have certainly had a lot of fun bringing you all the excitement. And one thing's for sure, we're going to see you in April at Wright-Patman Lake, and we cannot wait. From the folks at the NPFL, we appreciate each and every one of y'all, and we'll see y'all in Texas.
freaking both in. There he is. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there, baby. Get up in there! Get! Coming back forward! Yeah! Yeah! Look at that one! Oh my God!